Welcome back for part 2, as we have now restarted the stream, and we should be good to go for here for the next 8 or so hours. As long as everyone can verify that you can still hear me, I would greatly appreciate it. Lucas in the Mercedes AMG now coming into the pit lane. As we're trying to get Popolski back here into the session. Just trying to get back started, or get him in here so we can get a little bit of duo commentary going. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes in and out of the pit lane. The number 788 exclusive esports Ferrari 296 in and out of the pit lane, and a few more. The 313 BMW look like they may have gone off track for a little bit. And the number 313 Euro Titans Endurance coming into the pit lane. Well, there we go. Now I've got you. I think it may have just been a native issue. It's a little odd, but glad to have you back on.
I don't
Good
worry
work
about
in the Mustang.
it. Yeah,
Good work in the Mustang.
I'm tired now, but
Oh, that's all right.
I mean, I wasn't prepared to dive straight in after we last talked. The idea was to get someone else in, and then I had to do a double stint. I guess that's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes, but you did regain some positions, and you did put the car up into P2 at one point, or was that just Erish that put it up into P2?
No, I put it into P4 after the double or P5. I was pushed further, and then I had to overtake Lucas right at the, I think, 30-minute mark of my last stint, or the stint before this one, before Irish now. And then I overtook him I think cleanly, cleanly, not, uh, you know, strategy-wise clean. That's what I want to say. Because he pitted right after the overtake. And I
Yeah.
still had 30 minutes to go or something. But
Well, glad to have you back on.
yeah, I've seen you started part 2 now, your stream.
Yes, we are now on part 2, and I verified on YouTube that we are now recording part 2. So, part 1, the first 8 hours in the books, is permanent on YouTube. Then after that, we will start part 2, which goes for the next 8 hours or so. And then after that, we will do part 3.
I'll do a short announcement in our stories then. So the people know what's going on. Oh man, that was tiring. Tell you, you can see
Oh, I believe it
nothing.
was.
You can see literally nothing. And then some corners, there's a rave going on or something, full of lights and back into darkness.
Yeah, I noticed we can't really see the rain anymore being in the dark, but it's definitely still there.
It is there, yes, but even for us in the car, it looks like it's dry, basically.
Yeah, notice the track is not that shiny anymore. It's
No.
still, I mean, in the pit lane it's shiny, but we're not displacing anywhere near as much water. The Northern Lights number 71 McLaren in the pit lane, the 406 Fabius Schuld BMW in the pit lane, the Brims Backenspreitzer Mercedes GT4 in the pit lane, and the Mad Lad Solo Aston Martin GT4 effort also in the pit lane.
I mean, I'm very impressed by Lucas in the AMG. I mean, I saw him
I don't know
struggle.
how much longer he can keep it up.
Yeah, I saw him struggle at the overtake. He looked really, really tired, from what I can see. Maybe his tires were gone or something, but I thought he surely is reaching his limits for tonight.
He has had some big moments that I have caught while watching him, and I mean, you had a big moment in the Mustang as well. I caught that. That was a very lucky moment.
Yeah, I had an issue with an GT4 up into Mutkurve, where I basically had to go on the grass to overtake him and went sideways.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I can't remember much, to be honest. I was just driving, basically
Yeah,
on
you're in the
autopilot.
flow state, just continuing on, going forward. Well, will anyone be able to catch the 787 Ferrari?
I think they can only catch themselves out because they're just too fast as a team.
Yes, they are, and I mean, that's when I was talking earlier. That was the one thing that, you know, it would take a catastrophic failure to, I mean, close the gap. They've got nearly. I mean, we look at where the Mustang is. Mustang's at the Dunlop hairpin, and the Ferrari just came out of the carousel. That's over half a lap.
Yeah. I mean, they almost caught themselves out with switching to the dry tires.
Yes, and they managed to go a lap in wet conditions with slicks and did not lose the car, did not really lose too much pace, bring it back in the next lap and stay out in front.
Yeah. I think we can say achievement unlocked.
Yeah, for sure for them. I think I would say that they are very clearly the favorite. And then the 777, the Camaro GT4, did have a disconnection earlier on, but they got back into the session and were able to resume the lead. They did lose the lead for a lap or two against the your sister Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, we wondered because they were in the pits and they said oh, they're stuck so long. It was like maybe they ported or something, crashed too hard. I don't know.
It was just a disconnection.
I mean, lucky and unlucky for us, or for the sister car. But at the end of the day, I think the 777 is also so well put together in terms of drivers and car. They have to
They
win it.
definitely have the pace.
Yeah. I
And
think
we
if
have
it,
had
they
two.
they
Go
can
ahead.
beat themselves as well. Basically, the same
They
as with the 787 in GT3. They are the favorites for the GT4.
100%. And we actually, here in a couple laps, we may have another crossover between the GT3 and GT4 leaders. The GT4 Camaro is just at the end of the Dottinger going onto the GP Strecke, and the leading GT4 or the leading GT3 is actually just beginning the Dottinger.
Hmm? Does he have to take another GT4 first? Yeah. Which one is
He
it?
does, but it shouldn't be any issue. It's actually helping him, this slipstream.
I don't know. I mean, we've seen some GT3s that are slower on the Döttinger than the GT4s, actually, um, during the race. But I mean, we in our Mustang don't have any issues with top speed, so I
Oh
can't
yeah, you
speak
guys
much
are
to that.
absolutely cruising past everyone.
I mean, we're literally planning every overtake and saying like, either do it before Moot Kurve on the start finish, or just wait for Döttinger and let the car do its thing, which works fine. Just
Uh,
just a great car choice.
Ninja, I am not 100% sure if you are on the same lap with the Super Swedes as the number 71 Northern Lights. Northern Lights is quite a bit ahead, but there would be one lap between them, so I'm not 100% sure if you guys are on the same lap as Northern Lights or not.
I don't think so. I think Northern Lights and United E-Racing are 3 laps in, and Ninja's car is 4 laps behind.
Yep, Super Sweet is 4 laps. They are not on the same lap.
I mean, it's crazy. I've just talked to the guys and they said 55 laps. Huh? I thought we would have less at this point, but on the other hand, it looks not much. If you're racing at Spa or somewhere else, you already have 100 laps down at this point, I think.
I mean, you really think about it. I mean, 55 laps for 10 minutes a lap. I mean, it's obviously not 10 minutes a lap, but you just think, say more 9 minutes a lap is probably the average time. I know that the 787 they were running the 8-minute 30s. Granted, they are running extremely consistent laps,
No,
but they are very very quick.
for sure. I mean, they, as I said, they can only be themselves at this point. I mean, but on the other hand, everyone has to survive the night. That's the most challenging part.
Okay, so the Super Swede 113 is on the same lap as the Northern Lights number 71 McLaren. The Super Swede had not started the next lap,
Ah, okay.
but the Northern Lights is the majority of the lap ahead.
Can be good, can be bad. I mean, we've seen it with the 777 having the disconnect. They didn't lose too
Number
much, but on the other hand, you
number
have to drive it too.
91 and number 23 both coming into the pit lane. The Fats GT Esports Ferrari and the United E-Racing BMW. Fats GT, one to watch. They are in a prime position to, pick up the scraps if needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see what the XCL Ferrari number 2 will do, so 788. I think they've had some issues during the last 2 stints. Otherwise, we wouldn't have caught them as well. They're just too fast. But yeah, I mean, consistency is king today, tomorrow, through the night, whatever. uh,
Yeah.
but
Skino in the chat showing that they had the same issue that you did not expect the double stint.
I didn't expect to drive first and then had to do a double stint. I mean, it's one way to do it 24 hours, right?
Yeah, number 406 6. I think that's just GT3 lap traffic. I thought we may have had a GT3 battle. It's been quite a while since we had the battle for position. The last time we did have a battle for position was actually between your car, the Schwitzer Mustang, and I believe
Lucas, huh?
the 788 Ferrari.
Okay. Wasn't it? No, can't be. 788 was way behind. Must have been against Lucas,
I
which
think
was.
it may have actually been against Lucas, and then Lucas. Well, there was a battle for position with you guys. No, you guys, you passed the exclusive esports Ferrari. You caught them around the Kleine carousel.
Yeah. He had some issues, and then he went into the pits. And I think we actually overtook him into the pits, or in the pits, because I remember him staying behind me. I'm driving off to begin my last stint. So we must
Oh, I
have.
think it may have been the Mercedes because the Mercedes did dive in. It was you. It must have been you. The um, yes, it was you. It was you, the Fabius Schuld BMW,
Yeah,
and the Mercedes. All because you were all three together down the Dottinger.
yeah. Flashing the high beams, the BMW. Oh, that was a nightmare for me. I've just seen
Yes, I mean,
he's doing some Lucas is doing terribly at that point in time, having some slides here and there, and I'm just like, okay, staying a bit back, not getting caught out by him or by myself. And the BMW behind me always flashing his lights on my tail, and I'm just like, come on, you're a lap behind, leave some space.
the Porsche 991. If I believe you're talking about the
Velocity
um,
car.
yeah, I believe that was the Velocity. They disconnected very early on into the session. The Velocity BMW is a 991 that is currently in the number 991, and you're right, they may have been disconnected. I don't see them on the timing chart anymore, and we may see if we can get them back in, but that would be both of the Velocity Endurance teams that are currently out of the running.
It's unfortunate. We have so many cars, yeah, either disconnecting or having the typical Series S issue. But that's the way it is sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite graphically intensive, I mean, just to be able to do this in the first place.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the Xbox Series S, I mean, call it a, I mean, it could be like a blessing and a curse. I mean, this is a pretty graphically intensive, sim game, whatever you want to call it, on its own. But I mean, the fact that we are like overloading a supposedly top of the line console is a
Oh,
little
oh, he
wild for me.
the curb very bad.
Yes, he got spit out of the Kleine carousel very, very
It's
bad.
so tricky. If you just take it a bit wrong, you end up in the wall and it's gone. But yeah, getting back to
Um,
the console issue. Yeah, I think. I mean, the Series X is already at its limits. At least mine is. I'm always hearing it cooling and cooling and cooling, and the air gets even hotter out of it. So I don't think it's cooling that much. But yeah, the Series S just has some limitations which we can't, yeah, work around anymore, basically. But
oh, you're right.
as
They are still in. So the Velocity Endurance Racing team is still in, but they are now showing scored as the number 38 car. So they have three different numbers going. They have the number 38 on the timing board. They have the number 993 on the map, and they have the number 991 on the car.
that's one way to score three numbers, huh? We will see which one will end up in the final score sheet.
And Skino in the chat saying yellow flag at fluke plots and thinks that it may have been the 314 BMW, but I don't really see any damage on that car. Could be... I mean, the next car that's, out of Adnar Forest is your car, the Mustang. And then after that, it would be the 406 Fabi East Schuld. Tell me, am I saying that right, Fabi East Schuld?
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, Fabi is short, but I think it's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know any German, so I am doing my absolute best.
That's a lie. You're surely using some German words in your, not daily, but in your vocabulary. 100%. Just as we do some English words.
I mean, yes, but no, not really. Oh, Mad Lad almost stopped on the drive-through. Ended up pulling out of the pit box before they slowed the car down and kept driving through. But the leader, the number 787 Ferrari 296 in the pits. We'll see if Derek's comes out. I don't think the number 787 has double stinted anyone. Oh, big moment for the 296.
Yikes. Also, this
I
has
don't
to be out of sequence. He didn't do a full stint. Because the timing is not right. He
think
should have been around the hour into the pits and not half hour.
depends on if they've had any overlap that has, maybe pushed the time up a little bit, but like any 55-minute stints, if they've run a 55-minute stint, but that's going to be damage at the front of the car spinning out of the pit box for your leader, and that's the kind of mistake that is, albeit rare. If a mistake like that is to happen, it would be here in a 24-hour endurance race.
I mean, they can only beat themselves, right? And they're just doing that at the moment. But I still don't think it's enough. I mean, yeah, it's damage. Let's see if he carries it through the whole stint or if he goes back in right after one lap. But
I mean, I don't think it's going to be anything that would really cause much issue with the handling of the car.
it depends. I mean, the Ferrari is very aero heavy, and if it's screwed, it's screwed. But
I mean, it could just be fresh out of the pit lane, but it does seem to be a little and deep into the Ravenel curve.
He's not doing so good after all right now.
Well, it could be a first-time driver. It does show Derek scored in the car, but we'll have to wait until they get to Schwedenkreuz before we see which driver is in the car.
If I remember correctly, Derek's is the last one of those from the team that had to drive, right? Then they would have all...
Well, let me look at the entry list that I have printed out here, all nice and professional-like. So, with the 787, so it's Cozy, Lerner, Fazzy Binks, and Derek's, you are correct. Ringmaster, so it could be Ringmaster back in the car. I believe it's been quite a while since Ringmaster was last in the Ferrari, the 787 exclusive esports Ferrari.
Yeah, then, I mean, I just noticed after everything switched into our car that Derek is driving. And I was like, okay, so they basically pulled all four drivers through.
Yes, Derek's had been in the car for quite a while.
Yeah. Either it's fatigue or it's just a bit... I mean, sometimes you have these things. I hit the wall as well. Sometimes it's just... It happens. Nothing you can do.
It could have been just, holding the clutch, trying to get the car out of the pit lane, and with the fresh, wet, because the pit lane is wet. I mean, there's nothing to displace the water from the pit lane. The pit lane will just stay slick and wet. The car just may have just gone around.
Simple as that. Maybe traction control was set wrong or something.
Maybe no traction control to try and get the best, get out of the pit lane as fast as possible. You never know. I mean, but they make those kinds of mistakes, and they have built themselves the gap to afford to make those kinds of mistakes.
I'll have to look. Erish is into the last 20 minutes of his stint, so I've got about 5 minutes left, and then I need to go back to
Well,
finish up his strategy.
regardless, glad to have you. What's the plan after this little strategy chat? Going to sleep for you?
Yeah, probably. I'll come back into the car. Let me see. Land tomorrow morning at, I think it's 10 or 11 BST. And then,
So with right around 4 hours left of the race.
yeah. No, more. 6 now. I think 16 o'clock
Oh,
is...
yep, you're right. Well, no, the race starts at. Well, nope, yep, you're right. We did start later, so we started right around 4. We
Yeah,
added an hour to it.
yeah. And then Erish does kind of the same. Yeah, he goes out after this stint, or he should go out, depending on what we decide on. And
So who's the closer?
I am currently I am planned
You're
as
the
the closer.
closer.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Well,
I'm always closing the races. You know, I'm just driving my thing. I'm not the fastest, but I'm bringing it home safe. That's the way I do it.
it's the way you need to do it. I still cannot believe that Lucas is pushing this car this hard for this long.
I mean, if he doesn't have a team already, he's doing a great job. I mean, something like
He
our
is
team or MSA.
advertising himself as a
Exactly,
driver right now.
exactly. He's biting through, and even if he's doing some mistakes now and hitting the walls quite hard or whatever, he's shown that he can do, I mean, 10 hours, maybe, yeah. Flawless,
I
almost
mean,
flawless.
there's there's driving for 24 hours. There's racing for 24 hours. And then there's racing with a shout of a podium for
Yeah,
24 hours, and that's
exactly.
exactly what Lucas is looking at right now.
He's bringing the pace, he's bringing the consistency, and he's bringing the safe hands, which is not to discount. And
Not one bit.
I mean, I'm still happy to see him. I wonder if I see him tomorrow morning or if he's just then decided to get some sleep as well and maybe get back from well doing a sleep break for 6 hours or something and then drives out again. We'll see, but
I would I would love to see Lucas take this to the end, but I believe that would be inhuman.
I mean we'll see. We've got two single entrants, right? Although I don't know if the GT4 is still driving.
More. The GT4 is still driving. They are still out on track.
So he's also
And
doing his job still.
we did lose Time Zone Racing, the Porsche. They had parked it in the pits, and that would have been a solo effort, and I believe they have abandoned that solo effort. Impact into the wall for Derek's a 787 Ferrari.
Again the front, but this time it could be bent steering. I don't know. Seemed like he hit the
That
wheel
was
now.
a harder impact
Yeah.
into Klostertal there. And now bowing out of the pace, allowing a GT4 to go by for the time being. And I don't know if that's fatigue or changing conditions. I mean, the track is about as cool as it will get. But, I mean, I'm sure, you are watching this and your team are watching this, and that's eyes wide open for you guys because, any fault of a car ahead would open the door for a potential win for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we're not thinking about winning, to be honest. We're just thinking about bringing it home and see where we end up because it's just a guessing game at this time. You have to get through the night. You have to see that you don't crash. You have to see how the weather develops throughout the race. And we haven't had a weather change in I think 6 hours. It's going on now. It's pushing 6 hours maybe. Always the same rain, which is good because it stays consistent. We know what to expect. We know how to set the tires. But once it changes in the night, at these conditions, either more rain or less rain, it's going to be a nightmare for all teams.
And the 787 allowing the I believe that was the 313. That was the 313 BMW, allowing the 313 by. So I think they've got damage on that Ferrari, and I would not be surprised if they bring that car in this lap.
I think they will. And that probably, with damage included, will put us in front. Though gap is a bit big maybe for that, depending on how big the damage is.
It just does not seem to be too comfortable to drive now, and definitely through Schwabenschwan's just bringing the car through easy. They are not pushing right now, not the same pace that they had been running previously.
And he's just bringing it home at this point, I think. But that will also alter their strategy throughout the whole race, which is kind of terrible for them. But I'll have to do
Yes, I mean
strategy for
it's
Irish, so I'm out again, unfortunately.
all right. Well, thank you for joining me once again. Thank you
Yeah,
for joining us, and
maybe
good
we'll
luck.
do it again
Hope the
tomorrow.
strategy call. Yes, hope to see you again tomorrow before your stint.
Yeah, I can't promise that because I will sleep, then I wake up, drink something, eat something, and go into the car.
Well, if you can make some time to stop by, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll see if I get Erich to come by sometime during the race. I think he's a bit shy in that regard, but we'll see.
I believe Erish said that it would be tomorrow if he did come in, but regardless, thank you for stopping by, and good luck with the stint, good luck with the strategy,
Yeah.
good luck with the sleep. I know sleeping with a car running is probably one of the hardest things to do.
Yeah, I mean, I can sleep like a stone, so won't be too much of an issue.
Well,
It's
hope you
it's
get
in
some
it's
sleep
in
and hope
safe
you still
hands.
have a car.
Yeah,
Hope you
yeah.
still have a car in the morning.
I hope so as well.
But
Have a good
I
night.
think you will be. I think you
Enjoy.
guys will be fine. Have a good night, get some sleep, and hope to see you back here in the morning.
Yep, we will. Bye
And
bye.
there you go, the 787 Ferrari 296 GT3 in the pit lane. And we'll see how long this stop is going to be. It does not put them at risk of losing a position. Well, actually, I say that they have lost quite a bit of time. And depending on how long this stop takes, number 406, Fabi East Schuld, big spin for them, and that is big damage on that BMW. They've got a headlight out and more damage on that car. That does allow, or I thought that was going to allow the Velocity Endurance team to go by, but that is big damage. That is going to be a long stop for that Fabi East Schuld BMW. And out of the pit lane does go the 787 Ferrari 296. And the Schwitzer MSA Mustang now closing this gap to that 787 Ferrari. It is about the closest that the leading GT3 has been under attack in quite some time, and then a return to garage for the 406 BMW and the Team Titans number 314 BMW also coming into the pit lane. Velocity Endurance out on their own. Same with Euro Titans Endurance. that BMW for Fabius Schuld in the pit box. That's going to be a bit of a long stop for them. Erish now behind the 787 Ferrari, and we'll have to wait and see when the timing board updates how this gap has changed, as it looks like this gap has shrunk a lot. As we will bring on the United E-Racing team manager yet again, talk to them about their pit strategy. And just how the car is doing overall. Once again, would like to remind everyone, if you are able, we'll greatly appreciate it if you could donate to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. That is the charity that we are racing for. That is what we are trying to raise money for. In terms of the donations, if you do make a donation, there is a note box on the donation if you would not mind to put the 24-hour charity race in the notes. That will let them know that the money being raised is coming from us, and it will let them know and let us know how much money we have raised in total. The number 3, or the P3 exclusive esports sister car, the number 788, into the pit lane. And waiting for the timing boards to update. Now 45 seconds, was 120 seconds, now 45 seconds between the Ferrari 296 of exclusive esports and the Mustang GT3 of Schwitzer MSA Racing. Fazzy Binks now in the car, taking Derek's spot, pulling Derek out of the car. As the 788 exclusive esports Ferrari comes in, and the 406 BMW still in repairing damage to Fabius Schuld BMW. As AMG Motorsport Lucas in P4 comes out of the pit lane. Actually, no, comes into the pit lane. And the Fabius Schuld BMW from P8 is now rolling out of the pit lane. And they have been passed by the Velocity Endurance number 991. Were the number 991, now the number 993 BMW, rocking the number 38. They do have 3 different numbers going on with that BMW. Lucas and the AMG Motorsport Mercedes into the pit lane, and number 113, the Super Swede Ferrari, with the car actually shutting off there, having to restart the car. Did get that car restarted and back onto the racing surface, headed the right direction. The 777 Camaro GT4 still leading in GT4. Did not lead every lap, though. They were passed by the Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche for a short amount of time whenever the Camaro did have a crash. Lucas, I can imagine that you are dead. I am surprised that you are still going, and we have been wondering how you're doing. If you could give us a little update. I know you say you're dead, and now you're rolling, so that update is going to have to wait. But next time you come into the pits, if you can hear me, hopefully you can give us a little bit of an update. The old goat's AMG, damage on that Mercedes, or actually maybe not damage, maybe just look like a little bit of shadows there. But into the pit lane. As Kai and I were talking about earlier, it's one thing to race, or it's one thing to drive for 24 hours, it's one thing to race for 24 hours. It's another to be in the top 5 9 hours into a 24-hour race and within a shout of the podium, being on and off the podium multiple times throughout the race. That is an absolutely wild feat. The gap is closing between the number 444 Mustang GT3 and the exclusive esports Ferrari 296 GT3 of Fazzy Binks, or Fazzy Binks at the helm there of exclusive esports. And this Mustang now open air, room to breathe, room to push, as we've had consistent conditions for quite some time, and this Mustang team has definitely found some good pace, running very consistently here between Kai and Erish. And all of the drivers on that Schwitzer Motorsport team, Schwitzer MSA. Yet to see MCR and Sylth in the car. I believe they are going to come in later. And this will be Erish's final stint. Once Erish finishes this stint, they will be out of the car, and their next drivers will come in. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we are about 9 hours into this 24-hour race. Exclusive esports number 787 is in the lead. We have had quite a few disconnections, but the lead of both classes, the 787 Ferrari 296, the exclusive esports official car there, and in GT4, the 777 NRW Performance Camaro ZL1 GT4R being driven by HSR Storm right now. Yogo's Aston Martin in the pit lane. Clint Rins at the helm there. Clorped back into the Porsche, or maybe just now getting out of the Porsche. Not 100% sure there. And Erish comes in to the pit lane, and we will likely see Erish get out of the car here, as we did have Kai with Schwitzer Motorsport in the session with us. And that Mustang now stopped. The next car behind would be the 788 exclusive esports Ferrari 296. Quite the gap between, as we may have just for a second lost or gained a car. Not sure exactly what happened there, but the Mustang is still in the pit lane. The fundraising is going okay. As far as I know, we haven't received any, or haven't had any donations in a while, but we are over $300 in donations. The Mustang comes out, and we'll see if Erish is still in the car. Schumi with Northern Lights Racing and that McLaren 720S GT3 coming in. El Bambino with the Schwitzer Motorsport 888. Porsche Cayman GT4 in the pit lane. The GRL Motorsport Aston Martin in the pit lane. And the old goats Aston Martin GT4 now coming out of the pit lane. Sorry, sending the party invite. Welcome back, Tesaurus.
Thank you. How's your stream?
Make sure that you have your audio being included.
Yep, I believe we're included.
Yeah. Yep, if you can hear yourself, then I would say that's probably pretty good. Yente Bars in the BMW, that number 314 Team Titans BMW.
What's happened up front with that 787 Ferrari after their little issue in the pits?
They actually went into the wall at the carousel,
Mm-hmm.
and they had to bring that car back into the pit lane, and I think they pulled Derek's out and put Fazzy Binks in. And then another issue for Fazzy Binks. Fazzy
Oh,
Binks now into the
wow.
wall at Adnar Forst. Issues for that Ferrari. That Ferrari has been dominant the entire race, but maybe the late night stints just bringing a little bit of a curse there. And I think it's maybe I'm actually going to blame you for that one, Tesaurus, because you don't talk about a car while you're in the commentary booth, because then something happens to it. It's the commentator's curse. Number 113 also in the wall, they said, but I don't see too much damage. But it is definitely coming down up front. The Schwitzer Mustang with a big drop in the time, the distance between the 787 Ferrari and the 444 Mustang. Checking in on United E-Racing, how has the team been doing? I saw that you were in the car for a little bit. And another development for that Schwitzer MSA Mustang, MCR 420 MCR is now in the car. Erish and Kai are both done for the night. They will be back in the car in the morning. So it is now up to the other two drivers to bring the car home from here. So you guys have just still been in that no man's land. Are we comfortable with the conditions? Would we like to see some dry? I understand that we have had steady rain for the past I want to say 6 hours or so. Awesome. I think it's about as cold as it's gonna get, about 14 degrees Celsius. Also, they are saying that they may not be able to hear you
I
on
just
the
clicked it
party.
off and then clicked it back on again. We'll see if that changes anything.
Skino, if you can hear Tesaurus, let me know.
Yeah. It says included audio, but maybe it's not working.
Oh, we'll have
Alright,
to see.
thank
He
you,
says he
Skino.
can hear you
Appreciate
now.
you,
We're
buddy.
good.
Have you given any updates recently on the fundraiser? Do we know any updates?
So we've had a couple small donations here and there. We had one large donation from Sealander earlier, and then some smaller donations. We're over $300. I know
Okay,
that,
great.
but
Nice.
the exact number I am not 100% sure.
Okay.
And I know that we have more donations coming in later. I think some are waiting to donate towards the end of the stream.
Okay, perfect. GT4 is still going strong there.
Yeah, we have had no well, I say that we had no disconnections. We did have a disconnection in GT4. The 777 NRW Performance Camaro GT4 did have a disconnection.
Oh, the leader's disconnected.
They did have a disconnection, and they lost the lead for a short amount of time.
Wow.
But those guys have the pace. They got it right back.
Yeah, they've been very quick for sure. Good for them.
But
Way to battle through.
they have not led every lap now after they had that disconnection and lost the lead. But as far as the GT4s, we still have the full grid of GT4s. We have not lost any GT4 entries.
Wow, perfect. See, the old goats are all running lines there, it looks like.
Yep, we were talking earlier that we may have the old Ford side-by-side photo for the finish of all the old goats
all
cars.
Right, that'd be great.
Speaking of one of the old goats McLaren with an off at Hohenrain, and that car is seemingly in very bad shape.
Mm.
And they seem to barely be rolling.
Yeah, that's slow.
As they try to get past, and they've got to get that car turned into the pit lane. That's going to be returned to garage. Seems like they missed the pit lane entrance. And that was almost an impact with the... Oh, don't do that, don't do that! It looked like they were going to put that car in reverse and try to back it up, but... Oh, they are going to try to back it up. Don't get disqualified. No. It's very close. Don't get disqualified for driving backwards.
You're better off returning to garage at that point, no?
Yes, but it seems to be that suspension is completely broken in that car, and I don't think they can control it. But as they tried to get over to the pit lane, the 787 Ferrari tried to get past, and they were in a very tough spot. And it makes me wonder, has the Mustang... Well, actually, no, I forgot. They are on separate strategy. The Mustang did pit... So the Mustang is further behind, but when the 787 Ferrari does pit, that will close that gap up. Back to your team, United E-Racing. How are the guys doing? All in good spirits?
Everyone's in good spirits. We're gonna have a driver change relatively soon here. Schedule a pit stop. Sure, he might have a couple laps left. Charlie's going to get back in the car, fitted manager, so he'll be, I believe he's one of our fastest, if not the fastest drivers, so we're happy to have him back in the car with some clean space here. Everyone's doing good, everyone's feeling positive. We're happy about how things are going. No one's been negative about anything. Everything's doing great. We're planning on bringing the car home.
Yep, you guys have definitely been keeping your nose clean for quite some time. No big moments with you guys.
We don't want to be mentioned on the stream. We don't want to hear big problems for number 91. We just want to keep it clean, be boring, and make it to the end.
You just want to be announced at the finish line. That's about it.
Yeah, just let everybody know we made it to the finish line and we'll be happy.
Like I've said before, that's a win in and of its own, just finishing this race.
Well, this is definitely a battle. With the conditions going from day to night, back to day, it's definitely tough out there. Traffic, GT4 traffic, faster GT3 cars coming by, so feels good just to be out there and be competitive.
Well, hope for no news with the number 91 United E-Racing BMW M4.
We want no news. We're just going to keep our nose clean, buddy.
Well, at the podium, the battle is on. They've all spread out. But as Kai said earlier on the stream, the only one that can lose the race for I guess the only one that can beat the 787 Ferrari is going to be themselves, and those mistakes have definitely been shown.
We've certainly had a couple rough stints here in a row, and we'll see if it continues or if they get back on track. But Schwitzer Motorsport's been keeping things clean and running strong up there in the podium. Everyone's
Yep, I
impressed with
think
Lucas as well, of course, in P4.
Yes, he has. That is an absolute monster effort.
Yeah.
He popped into the stream for just a second, typed "I am dead," and then continued on.
He used one of his pit stops to come in the stream chat. Wow, that guy is a legend. Good for him.
I was hoping to have him for a little bit longer to be able to talk to him about just how he's doing, if he plans on doing the whole thing. But
No,
that
man,
is
respect
a
even for getting
monster
this far.
effort.
Yeah, much respect.
Well, a couple hours away from the halfway point.
Yeah. Everyone's just trying to make it to the morning hours here now. See the sun come up, and you'll know the end is approaching. Long
What
ways to
time
go,
are
though.
we at in game, if you would be able to tell me?
Oh, in game, buddy. I think we're approaching midnight, just after midnight, perhaps. That makes sense.
Yeah, so we'd go daylight with around 11 hours left.
All right.
Which we should be yeah, that sounds about right. We should be daylight with about 10 or 11 hours left in the race.
I think that's a place in the race everyone wants to get to. See the sun come up, give you some extra hope, some extra energy to make it to the end.
Yep, definitely here in the night. It is just the part of the race that you have to get through
Lead
in
change
order
up
to
there.
get to the end.
Yeah. P8 car just went by because the P9 came into the pits there, Team Titans.
Yep, that 406 BMW, the Fabius Schuld BMW, did have a big incident a few laps to go, and they had a lot of damage to repair on that car.
Looks like the Team Titans is coming in on a scheduled stop because we should be coming in fairly soon right after. So everything seems on track for them.
Awesome. Well, what's the sleep schedule looking for you?
Well, I will be getting in the car in about an hour or so. Fitted manager is going to get in next year on our next pit stop, and then I'll be coming in after. And after that, I have a couple more stints during the night. But then it'll be a little bit of sleep after that, and I'll be getting
Lucas,
back
how
into
are
the car
you?
at the end.
Lucas, are you typing down the dot in your hoe?
What is this?
You do not
This
need to
guy
be
is
doing
crazy.
that. I understand you can hear me. You don't need to. Next time you come into the pits, then we'll have you we'll have you
He's
talk to
on
us a little
track.
bit
No, this
in the
guy is
text
a legend.
chat.
He needs his own award for the end for this race. Like,
Well, what Kai said is, this is just advertisement for if you need an endurance racing driver.
Oh,
this is
sign him up.
your driver here.
he's
Over,
two or three drivers
actually,
in his own right.
with a minute left, it will be 9 hours of top class driving.
Yeah.
Being able to keep up and stay on the lead lap.
While in the
not even
chat.
stay on the lead lap. Be nearly in the podium or, on and off the podium in terms of pit strategy. Right there, with all of the top drivers in this race. Being able to just hold on to it for this long, driving solo and, just being able to keep the focus for that long. That is extremely impressive.
Certainly my vote for driver of the day so far. Absolutely. Yeah, someone just sprightly just mentioned it in the chat exactly as I said
I saw
That's
that
hilarious.
in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely driver of the day. That's my vote so far. Yeah, completely agreed.
I think that would, I don't think anyone would argue with you there.
Yeah. Oh, good for him.
Gap between the lead two in GT3s just seems to be holding.
Yeah, maybe everyone's seeing those mistakes just kind of calm down a bit. Like you said, the 406 had a major mistake and came in, had to fix some damage. The number one front running car, 787, had to come in. So maybe everyone's just taking it a bit easy now in these middle hours.
Yeah, and we did have Skino note that it seems to be that the Team Titans 314 BMW has come in quite a bit throughout the duration of this race.
Yeah, I believe the 313 has moved ahead of the 314 in the last few minutes or so.
They have, and the 406 is ahead of the 314. I wonder what the issue is there. Maybe they could be is there was a GT4 off track there, the 43 of the Old Goats McLaren, and Klopta coming in with the Old Goats Porsche from P4. All of the GT4 outfits are still going sprightly. They are all still on track.
Our solo guy's still running strong again. Another legend.
Yep, Mad Lad is still going. They have had a few penalties to serve and some damage to repair.
That's all right.
But they are still going. They just want to finish.
Yeah, car's still running and everyone's doing a good job there. Nice work.
And that Old Goats Porsche GT4 comes out of the pit lane. And they do have a competitor in the Old Goats AMG just behind, and this may be a battle for position here shortly.
It gets spicy.
I think Klopta, or whoever is driving the Old Goats Porsche, should be able to hold on to the lead for the time being on the fresher tires and everything, but very surprised that with, as variable as we have had all of these different conditions throughout the practice sessions and the qualifying sessions, that here in the race, it has just been so steady.
Yeah, we would have thought with the randomness being set to what it was that we'd see a bit more variable or changing conditions. We expected more dry into wet, back to dry, etc., but it stayed fairly consistent the whole way throughout.
Right there at the very beginning of the race when we had the rain almost completely go away, I fully expected us to see, the gamble of slick tires come in, or the slick tires going to the dry may have been a gamble, and obviously it ended up going back to wet.
Yeah.
So the wet tires stayed as the tire of choice. But just very odd to see just such consistent rain, and I have heard some drivers say and some teams say that it really doesn't feel like there's that much rain out on track anymore.
No, it's a little deceptive. You start to feel very confident, and then it'll catch you out at certain places, though. You start to feel like it's not as wet as it is, or that it's drying up, but it's not quite there yet, and you make a little mistake, and you get humbled, and you realize that you don't have as much grip as you maybe thought you had. So it's still wet out there, but I think everyone has confidence in the car and knows what it feels like by now because it's been the same for so long.
Definitely so, especially if you've been doing 6 or I think we maybe around 7 or 8 hours of just consistent wet conditions. And wet tires, in these cars and at these tracks, they don't really feel too different from the dries. You just have to be a little bit more careful with them.
Our team's found mostly with our car and setup, it's the high speed change of direction, 4th gear, 5th gear. That's when you can really lose the grip. Everything, it seems, in the low gears seems normal. You can be aggressive on the brakes, you can be aggressive on the throttle, but anything high speed change of direction is very sketchy and wet still.
Yeah, especially with the puddles and things that you will run into on the track. The number 113 Super Sweet Ferrari once again having to restart that car and now getting it pulled back onto the racing surface and eventually up to speed, or another restart, actually shutting the car off and getting it restarted once again. And the number 157 Pro Endurance Porsche Cayman GT4 also into the pit lane, and the Velocity Endurance number 991 BMW coming into the pit lane. And the 406 BMW would be the next GT3 buy, and if they don't end up pitting, then it would likely be the, actually I don't think that they're going to make it by. They may be on a separate lap, but we'll have to see where they're scored.
See when it comes to timing.
Yeah, see where it updates on the timing chart. I think that they may be still a lap behind. Yep.
Yeah, I
Are
believe so.
you just getting out of the car, Clorpt? Clorpta, however you say your name. I believe it's Clorpt, or if I say Clorp really fast, then you won't know what I said. John, that's a weird way to spell John. The number 991, number 993, number 38, Velocity Endurance Racing BMW, now off the Jackson, out of the pit lane. The car with 3 different numbers, the identity issues. The identity issued BMW.
Lots of different numbers going on in that car.
Oh yeah, they are registered in the 991, entered the session with the 993.
I've mostly
It shows
seen them running
993
with
on the car.
993 for a bit when I was in the car. But
And they had a disconnection and were able to get back into the session, but now they are running under the 38 number.
okay, all right.
So they have a little bit of an identity crisis there. Yeah, as John says, identity crisis esports.
Yes. Slapshot, welcome, buddy.
That is a Slapshot with GFR, and we did get a little bit of maybe a premature announcement that that XCL and GFR are coming together for events.
Okay, okay. More events is always a good thing.
Yep, and I also said that I would be, or I guess announced that I will be commentating for the entirety of Season 3 for GFR, Go Fast Racing. So I will be commentating on them Monday nights at, I believe, 7 p.m. Central Time.
All right, fantastic.
Is when those races are.
Can that be found on SimGrid? Where can someone find that?
I believe those can be found on SimGrid. I'm not 100% sure.
All right.
But
Yep.
if you would be
chat,
interested,
check out SimGrid for it. All right.
Yep, and I'm sure Slapshot can send you some messages or something like that if needed. Euro Titans number 313 into the pit lane. Brim's Backenspritzer, also the GT4 coming out of the pit lane. Euro Titans into the box.
P2 in the GT4 category just exiting now. Looks like they have a strong run going.
P2 or P3?
I believe P2 from the GT4 category just exited the pit lane in the Mercedes.
No, that's P3. That's the Brim's Backenspritzer.
Yes, my fault. You're correct.
And Slapshot, no server issues currently, at least broadcast-wise. There have been some server issues for drivers and teams unable to get back in, or maybe a disconnection, unable to rejoin, but most of those can be attributed to Series S drivers being on teams.
Our team has been able to get 5 different drivers in the car without issue, and so everything's been fine on that end.
Well, as our admins are going to bed, I'm going to be the one in charge of letting them know if we do lose the server. So hopefully nothing happens, but with admins asleep, if we do get a red flag, that would hold the session until a certain amount of time, just because we would not have the personnel available. But hopefully we should be able to run just fine until then. Have not had any issues yet.
I think we'll be just fine.
We're almost halfway through, and your team comes in. Louis brings the 91 United E-Racing BMW into the pit lane.
Louis with a great stint. Good manager, gonna get in the car now. So everyone's been doing a great job communicating on the pit stops and what to do. Very happy with the team so far. Nice work, Louis. That'll be my cue to head off then. I'm going to be in the car next, so I'm going to join Fitted Manager in the voice chat and help him out, do some spotting for him. So really appreciate you for having me on again.
Awesome. Always happy to have you on. Have some people to chat with. Keep me going. And
thank you, buddy. Appreciate the 24-hour stream here. Everyone really enjoys it.
Well, glad to hear that, and good luck in the race tonight. Good luck in your stint later on.
Thank you, sir. I'll be on the stream when I'm not in the car, so see you out there.
Awesome. Well, have a good one, and hope everything goes well for United E-Racing as they are down in the pits, off the jacks, and rolling out of the pits. P10 and GT3. Fazzy Binks back at the helm of the number 787 Ferrari 296 GT3. As the number 444 Mustang was closing that gap, but the race is still definitely on, as we do have 3 cars on the lead lap. I believe actually we should have 4 cars on the lead lap. But an off from the Old Goats Aston Martin at Flonsgarten. But able to get that car back on track. GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, I believe, coming into the pit lane, and it's a late pit entry for them. May have been a return to garage. How far is the 444 behind? They are about a quarter of a lap. The gap was as small as 42 seconds for a short amount of time as Fabi Schuld BMW comes into the pit lane. The gap was as small as 42 and a half seconds between the 444 Mustang and the 787 Ferrari 296 GT3. But then the Mustang came into the pit lane and opened that gap back up. But the race is definitely on, because the exclusive esports 787 Ferrari did have some trouble in the pit lane and did have some damage after going into the wall, and nearly went into the wall again. Or actually, I think they did go into the wall again. But just very cautious from here on out for that 787 Ferrari. They have been in a commanding lead. They have led every lap this race. But just very close to making some mistakes that are not necessarily race ending, but would put them in a bad spot at a slight disadvantage. Well, good running for you so far in the Old Goats Porsche. As MCR and the other driver for the Schwitzer MSA effort, MCR and Silth, will be bringing this Mercedes through the night and into the day before Kai and Arish get back into the car. Fabi is shuled with it. Shows Hyperline in the driver's seat, but after their pit, that may have been a driver swap, so I'm not exactly sure who is in the driver's seat of that car. And after their disconnection, the NRW Performance Camaro GT4R able to open up a over half of a lap lead to the 888 Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4 behind. The rain is continuing on for now, as the random weather that we were looking at having is not so random. It is, I mean, the fact that we have not had any rain is probably more, or actually that we have not had any changes in weather is probably more rare than having plenty of changes in weather. It has kept the rain consistent for quite some time, and while we did have some changing conditions early on, looking closer and closer to damp and maybe even dry, those conditions have come back full circle to full wet. The Euro Titans Endurance BMW behind the Fatch GT Ferrari 296, and this may be a fight for position, but I am not 100% sure. Maybe the 313 BMW is a lap behind the Ferrari 296. We'll have to just wait for the timing to update in order to be sure on that. Number 314 BMW with an off at Adnar Forst, and in that wet grass trying to get that car back out on track. Does get it back out, hopefully not too much damage. I don't see a ton of damage on that BMW, maybe just a slide in the grass and going around. The number 91 United E Racing and as the admins who have control of the server are going to be taking their sleep for the night, getting their rest in, should we have a server disconnection, the server will reset back to free practice, the 24-hour free practice, and we will red flag the race until the until we are able to get the server reset. I do not have any control over the server, so I would just purely be a messenger there. So if anything does happen, it will go back to free practice, allow the teams to get into the session and practice with their car. But we would be red flag until someone is able to restart the session. The Schwitzer Mustang still just running on their own to try and close that gap. So, about myself, to fill in a little bit of the gap, while I was going to kind of save this for having another commentator in the booth, but it seems to be that everybody's going to sleep and it's going to be a stint for me for a while. But, my name is Reginald Graham. I live in Texas in the United States of America. I am 24 years old and I have been doing sim racing commentary for about 5 months. I have not been doing this for very long, but I have become very passionate about it and seen that maybe I have a little bit of a talent in it, a little bit of a knack for it. And since I have been doing it for about 5 months, I have been doing sim racing commentary and a little bit of real life racing commentary for the past 5 months. Very shortly away from 6 months, but this is something that I felt there was a lack of. There was, too many people that want to race, and everybody would love to have their races commentated. But, not enough people that would be willing to do that commentary, so I believe I saw an opening there, and while it's not something that is necessarily new, it's not something that very many people do, and if, the people that do, maybe they're not that good at it, maybe don't take it that seriously, whatever, but I like to take all of my broadcasts seriously, treat them as if they would be an actual televised broadcast. I like to have things look as professional as possible, and just do the best that I can to offer a premium service to the drivers that I would be commentating for. I have met with a few real-life commentators, Ryan Myrain, Calvin Fish, 2 GT World Challenge commentators. I have phone numbers of a few more. Kyle Heyer, who is a SRO commentator for the GT World Challenge, GT America, and the GR86 Cup, as well as Grid Life Racing, or the Grid Life Touring Cup, Super Lap Battle Time Attack, Pikes Peak, just a lot of different things there. So I, have a little bit of talent that I am referring to, that I, just let them know how my journey is going, and they have been a great help to me in terms of advice and giving me a little bit of feedback. And if you went back that 5 months to my first you went back about 5 months to my first broadcast, you would see that it has changed very greatly between now and then. Lucas, if you can let us know, Lucas, how you're feeling when you're in this stop. If you have enough time, just hop into the stream chat. I know you you said that you could hear me while you were going down the Dodingerhoe, and just, you know, if you can hop into the chat, I'd love to be able to talk to you. Yeah, I've been thinking, I see that a lot of commentators have websites that show the different things that they've done. I have done commentary. Lucas, I need to know how you're doing. I'm doing fine. I need to know how you're doing. Are you going to finish this thing? That is the big question that everybody has, because you have been running top tier pace for almost 9 hours now. Or over 9 hours now. We need to know, are you finishing this thing? And Lucas is the driver of the day. You broke it just now, or what? Oh, no audio. That's not good. Well, hope that you can finish this thing, and know that I'll be right here with you if you need some encouragement. Everybody is rooting for you to bring this thing home. You are being voted as the driver of the day for sure. No, I have actually not opened a Red Bull at all. I have a 4-pack sitting right here that is looking at me very seductively, but I have not cracked open a Red Bull yet. I have had one light beer, but it has been water. Had my coffee in the morning, and it has been water ever since. We are 4 bottles of water through. We are now starting on the 5th. But it has just been water, water, water all the way through. As it looked like GRL Motorsport tried to get back into the server. I don't know if they're in yet. Unable to get back in. Nico Lash in the number 99 GRL Motorsport. Aston Martin GT3, the pole sitter, tried to get back in. We're not able to get back in. But continuing on, I have been commentating for a few different leagues. TRC, the racing club, I have commentated for them for quite a while. I have commentated for Go Fast Racing. I am starting a new venture with them on Monday nights. I will be commentating for them. And I am on, as you guys obviously know, I am on the broadcaster team for XCL, and whenever XCL does pick up some more some more USA races, and maybe a USA season, then I would be able to jump on to that. But just right now, consistency, 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 honing the craft and growing. So everyone tells me that I do great with the commentary, but at the same time, are they being true to me, or are they just happy that somebody's doing the commentary? All praise, you know, is good praise, but I do like to take the commentary seriously, because I feel that one day I could take this to the next level. I have talked to Kyle Heyer, who actually, he's the one that does a lot of SRO broadcasts. He does SRO GT World Challenge, GT America, SRO GR86 Cup. He does the Super Lap Battle commentating, or he does PR or PA, public address, for the Super Lap Battle events, the Grid Life events. He does PA for Grid Life events, which does include Super Lap Battle, Time Attack, and the Grid Life Touring Cup. And he got started doing sim racing commentary for SRO Esports. He did some sim racing commentary for a while, and then got started with SRO Esports, and then eventually, got invited to the SRO official program and has been commentating for them for quite a while, and also does some side things with the Grid Life and different time attack events. He is or was the commentator for, as the Mad Lad Aston Martin gets a drive-through for track limits, but he was the main commentator for the as into the wall contact for the 787 Ferrari 296 with Fazzy Binks at the helm, trying to get around the number 43 Old Goats McLaren GT4. And the number 4 Mercedes being lapped by the 787 Ferrari 296, but not too far away from being retaken. But yes, as you guys had said it would be good for the cover letter, I have been interested in making a website to put my resume for commentary on there, the different things that I have done, and hope to get that more and more, open it up to more and more leagues, bigger and bigger events. And this is actually the largest event with the largest viewership that I have had. We peaked at 50 something viewers today. I think around like 55, 58, somewhere around there. I don't know if we hit 60. But right at the beginning of the stream, we had my peak viewership as the 787-296 of Fazzy Binks maybe having a little bit of an issue with that Ferrari GT3. Lucas goes very deep into the carousel, had to back out of it to not hit the rear of that Ferrari. But much thanks to the XCL crew, as I have gone up in over 100 followers in the past week. Again, I have been streaming for 5 months and had 30 or 40 followers for a long time. And we are we have grown exponentially. We have essentially grown by 100% or 50% in a week, which is phenomenal growth, and I can only thank XCL and everyone who is watching for that growth in terms of followers and consistent growth with followers today. And just thank everyone for watching. As we approach 10 hours in, and I have just been going strong. And results and ratings, as I have been notified, are up for Saturday. So all Saturday XCL events, the results and ratings have been posted. So if you participated in any events today, make sure that you check those results out. And good night, Clorped John, whatever you like to go as. Fazzy Binks, a little bit of damage on that Ferrari 296. but shouldn't be too much. Lucas and the Mercedes just giving chase behind. And as the leading Ferrari 296 of Fazzy Banks comes into the pit lane, and I'm not sure if this is 100% a scheduled stop, does seem a little bit off of the cycle. And the Pro Endurance team Porsche Cayman GT4 coming in just ahead. But that will allow the Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3 to close this gap up a little bit. And a big incident for MCR in the Mustang. Does bounce it off the wall. I'm not sure how much that is going to affect the handling of that Mustang, but that is side damage. It's going to be more time spent in the pit lane to repair that damage. I have knocked down my water bottle bowling pins. That is unfortunate. Awesome prawn in the Fatch GT Ferrari 296. The old Goats McLaren in the pit lane. As everyone just trying to do their best to bring the cars home from here. The 788 exclusive esports Ferrari 296. Good ways behind the 444 Ford Mustang. Very about the same split between the exclusive esports 787, the Schwitzer Ford Mustang, and the exclusive esports 788 as the 788 comes into the pit lane now. Yeah, I'm sorry about the time zone racing Porsche. I am a Porsche fanboy and Porsche fanatic myself, and I was really hoping to see that Porsche come to the end as the number 314 Team Titans BMW goes around to the Kleine carousel, gets that car spun back around, and continuing on forward. Lucas is still in P4 is not close enough to get past the 788 Ferrari 296 GT3. Had a little bit of a yawn there. I promise I am not falling out though. We should be good to go from here to the end. But I am pacing myself as good as possible. Well, I shouldn't have said that I yawned. Maybe I didn't yawn. Also, I am looking at storms and rain by about the time we should be finishing up the event tomorrow. Derek's back in the exclusive esports number 787 and number 89, the Brim's back in Spreitzer. Mercedes GT4. Big damage there, and that may open the door for one of the Old Goats AMG or one of the Old Goats GT4s to get back onto the podium in GT4. As we are 15 minutes away from the 10-hour mark, and, well, I mean, technically I have been streaming for over 10 hours, but for the most part, everything going pretty well. I may stand up and stretch my legs here a little bit. But it seems to be any issues that will be made as more contact for the Ferrari 296 GT3 effort of the exclusive esports number 787, as they have started to have a lot of issues, and that is just going to help the gap to the Ford Mustang GT3 behind to close that gap more and more. A gap right around a minute and a half, and if there is any damage or big damage to be repaired on that Ferrari 296, that car did just come in a couple laps ago, and car number 4 is that damage for car number 4, the Mercedes, seems to have maybe been an issue as they were slow and allowed the BMW to go by. I don't really see any damage on that Mercedes though, so it may have just been allowing the car to go by, maybe trying to unlap themselves. Looks to have been the number 313 Euro Titans Endurance BMW M4 GT3. And to start another lap, not too worried about the damage on that Ferrari. Derek's with the XCL 787 Ferrari. The 788 Ferrari XCL sister car still on the podium in GT3. The Schwitzer seems to have crashed it for me. So we will be back shortly. Sorry about that. No issue for me though. Should be able to get back in just fine. I accidentally hit save replay and I think that broke it. I didn't think I was going to hit the save replay button, but now we know not to do that. It was completely by accident, but oh well. And back into the session we go.
Green light. Go, go, go.
And we'll allow it to get everything back nice and steady. Let the cars stop drifting as the Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3 comes into the pit lane. Hey, it happens. Everybody makes a mistake. It was something that I did on my own, but no issue, as we will get back to the correct view, and we are good to go. And radioactive in for the 788 Ferrari 296 GT3 and the Bremsbackenspreitzer number 89 Mercedes AMG GT4 into the pit lane. To repair the damage that they incurred on that car earlier. MCR 420 MCR into the pit lane, and we'll be switching with one of the previous drivers, as one of their drivers in the car has had an issue unable to get swapped over. Sorry about that crash earlier. I hit the wrong button, accidentally hit save replay, and that instantly killed the game, as I don't think very many games are capable of saving a 10-hour replay. Out of the pits, the Northern Lights McLaren 720S GT3. But live and you learn. But every time that I go up on my screen, it goes over to save replay. I have to either come straight back down or go over. Velocity Endurance Racing number 991, number 38, number 993 BMW coming into the pit lane. The Identity Crisis Racing BMW. The Old Goats AMG into the pit lane as well. Looks like we lost a stream there for a second. But that's just because the Ferrari that we're chasing is behind the trees and kind of hard to see through the trees at night. How big is the gap between P1 and P2? Last I checked, it was right around 130 seconds. The Schwitzer MSA Mustang just came into the pit lane, and the gap has been around. It has been as low as 42 and a half seconds between it was actually very, very close because the 787 Ferrari started to have a lot of issues. The gap was as low, I think an hour to an hour and a half ago, was as low as 42 and a half seconds. It was very, very close, which is pretty much the length of the Dottinger Höhe between P1 and P2. And this Schwitzer the Schwitzer Motorsport MSA Mustang has been absolutely on rails. They have been running a nearly perfect race, and they have been doing a lot of work in catching the cars ahead. I hope we haven't had another disconnection, but I think we may have. Did we lose another GT3 team? Still have all the GT4 teams, but which GT3 team did we lose? Still have Eurotitans Endurance, still have Fabius Schuld. The number 991, we lost the Identity Crisis BMW, but they have been able to rejoin, so we'll see if they're able to rejoin. The Super Swede Ferrari into the pit lane. Unfortunate for that. There are multiple teams, especially teams that are running now, that have had issues with the driver swaps not working. We'll see if that Velocity Endurance Racing team can get back in, as there have been issues. But they were a team that was able to get out of the session and then get back into the session. Yes, the Velocity 992 is out, but the Velocity 991 BMW was in the race until just a moment ago. Now currently down to 21 teams left. There are some teams that are in the session that will be there are some teams in the session that will be joining later on just to finish the race. Well, Rhonda, are we going to try and get the number 991 endurance team in, or what's the plan there? Oh, well, you guys are definitely not alone in that aspect. The old goats Aston Martin into the pit lane. very unfortunate there. Would you guys be able to join? I mean, you probably have to join with your first driver. So it just depends on if you are able to do so. Well, I am very sorry to hear that. You guys with the Velocity Endurance Racing 992 Porsche was one of my favorite cars out there with the Time Zone Racing Porsche. It was very sad to see you guys not be able to, I believe, start the 992, but even then with the 991 and having the issues, and now hopefully they'll be able to get back in, but still very unfortunate there. You guys had one of the coolest paint schemes out there, and you guys were definitely quick. Yep, that 992 Porsche was was probably my favorite car out there on track, favorite car on the grid. And now a battle for position brewing between the number 4 AMG Motorsport, the solo effort of Lucas, and the number 23 Ferrari 296 of Fatch GT, with awesome Prawn at the helm of that Ferrari. Well, I hope to see you guys in the next race, and I hope to commentate the next race. I absolutely love endurance racing, and glad to have all of the drivers here. Glad to have the opportunity to even do this race. Didn't necessarily plan on doing the whole thing in one go, but I don't think very many other drivers did, so, you know, somebody's got to stand with them, so I figured, you know, we'll go for it. Thank you for the praise. I greatly appreciate it. The Fatch GT Ferrari 296 closing in on the AMG Motorsport Mercedes AMG. If someone tuned into the stream is spotting for a driver right now, then I would like to know what time it is in game. I know we have a few more hours of the night, but just try to be able to gauge exactly how many hours. I believe daylight should come around 6 a.m. We may have another 5 or so hours, 4 or 5 hours left of night racing before we get some sunrise. And I believe that I don't know who Luke Crane is necessarily with Team Redline. I know who Team Redline is, but I know that's Max Verstappen's esports team, or the esports team that he is associated with. But I do not necessarily know who Luke Crane is. You guys were doing a mega job in the 991 BMW. You guys came from the very back and were running an awesome race. I was definitely cheering you on, hoping to see you guys up into the top 5. And you guys definitely had the pace and the strategy to get there, keeping your nose clean, but just unfortunate issues like that happen, and everything like that happens is a learning opportunity. In the Spa 24 hour, right? The iRacing Spa 24 hour. I know some people who are racing in that Spa 24 hour this weekend. Obviously not in top split like Max, but still racing in a 24 hour. Euro Titans Endurance number 313 BMW into the pit lane. And the NRW Performance GT4. I showed them in the pit lane for just a second. AMG Motorsport number 4 coming into the pit lane. Just behind the car that it is ahead of by about a lap. I would still like to thank everybody for tuning in. Definitely helps having people in the chat to communicate with, to keep it going, especially when I don't have someone else in the booth to keep talking with. But having chat to interact with definitely helps me out. Well, I would say that you could probably put me on the books for the next 24-hour endurance race as long as I am allowed to get that time off. The lady has to let me do it, but I would be very interested in getting into another endurance race. This is actually the first endurance race that I have ever been affiliated with, and I am very grateful for the opportunity to do so. But endurance racing is my passion, and very happy to have the opportunity to express my passion, especially with like-minded individuals. Coming through the Schumacher S, and the rain is holding up with the randomness of the weather being so high and holding the same exact weather conditions for this long is almost like winning a lottery ticket. The weather is supposed to be random, but we have held on to the same rainy conditions, and it's not like it's been flooded. It's just been wet. It's just been consistent rain that has just kept the track wet, has kept it consistent for all the drivers, and everyone has just been able to cycle through as we are over 10 hours into this race, and aside from a little bit of dampness and some overheating tires around the second stint or the second pit stops, we have had the same weather conditions for the past 7 hours. And this is the hardest part. Not only being the night, but also being wet just makes it very, very tricky. About as unusual of conditions to be racing in. As people do not usually race in night conditions and don't really race in wet conditions that often. You mix them both together and you get very tricky conditions, but everyone out on track seems to be doing a fair job in keeping those cars out there. Doesn't seem to be much spray, though. It's definitely not getting dry, but There doesn't seem to be a ton of water on track. The car's doing a pretty good job in displacing a lot of that water, keeping the track somewhat dry. I just see a little bit of dampness on track, but this rain has not been too heavy, and we have just been keeping on, moving forward. And there you go, using the 24 hours of hell, or 24 hours in hell emote there that I tried to get added before the stream. It didn't quite make it in time, so it did get approved in the middle of this event. And 13 hours, 51 minutes, and 35 seconds left to go in this race. I would once again implore everyone to consider donating to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. It is the charity that we are supporting with this event, with this 24-hour race. It is a charity that benefits wounded and fallen firefighters that have been injured or killed in the line of duty. It supports any expenses that the families may incur and helping the families with just general expenses that they would have being down a loved one. If you would like to make a donation to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, you can use the link in the stream chat. That is the recommended link, and there is a note box in there that you should be able to put the 24-hour charity race in the notes when you do make your donation, just so we can keep track. And when you do make a donation to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, if you would just be able to let us know what amount you donated so we can keep track of the amount that we have raised. We've raised over $300 so far with this event, so would like to continue raising more funds. Derek's in the lead at the helm of the 787 Exclusive Esports official team Ferrari 296 GT3. Came out of the carousel and into Hawkt. And into Vipperman shortly. Doesn't seem to be too much water out there on track, just seems to be soaked. It's not flooded, the track itself is just wet. And I wonder if the tire temperatures are staying stable, the tire pressure is staying stable. Or do we start to see some of the overheating that was a bit of an issue for drivers earlier on when we were facing the damp conditions? But the track does not seem to be flooded whatsoever. You just see the reflection of the rain light and tail lights. It is just enough to keep the track wet. And it is now getting closer and closer to night time for me, well into the night for our European drivers. And when this race finishes early in the morning for me, it will be well into the afternoon and evening for our friends and organizers over in Europe. just buckle in, grab your snacks, grab your drinks, whatever you are using. We are approaching that halfway point, and I am in for the long haul. I know some of you are in for the long haul with me. Some of you will be tuning in periodically throughout the stream. But for those of you who are with me and who have been with me for the duration of the stream, thank you, and let's keep it going. Very glad to hear it, Sprightly. This is the hardest part of the race to get through. It's the meat, the middle. Meat is usually the best part, but in endurance races, everybody likes the crust, the beginning and the end. This is just what you have to get to the other side. And you have to not only drive your heart out to get through this, you have to keep it on track, keep it safe, keep it pushing, because to finish first you must finish. And with a long way to go as we approach the halfway point, inside 2 hours till we will be at that halfway point. Lucas now down to P5, the solo Mercedes effort. Dropped back from the 788 exclusive esports Ferrari and the AMG Motorsport number 4. And the Fats GT number 23, Fats GT Esports. The AMG Motorsport number 4, riding all on their lonesome, a solo effort there. With no one else to pilot that Mercedes, Lucas will try and bring it home in one piece, all on their own. Same with Mad Lad in GT4. A solo effort for them. Well, I'm sure you remember Lucas hopping into the stream chat. Which, Lucas, if you're listening to us right now, give me a flash of the lights. But Lucas hopped into the stream chat. And yep, there he is. He was chatting with us down the Dottinger, and he's just crazy. He's crazy. And Lucas, give us a flash of the lights if you have used the restroom yet. All right, it's probably during one of the pit stops. Give us a flash of the lights if you're planning on doing this thing till the end. Planning to take it to the finish. Are you loaded up on energy drinks? Give us a flash of the lights if it's energy drinks. And no flash of the light. Oh, it's energy drinks. Flash for Red Bull, no flash for Monster. It's a flash for Red. So it's all hopped up on Red Bull, bringing home the Mercedes by themselves. Maybe you find yourself a Red Bull sponsorship through doing all this. Hope to not be distracting you too much. Car number 43, though, the Old Goats McLaren around at a... Oh, what is that? Around at Callanhard. Did get that McLaren pointed back the right way on track. Well, Lucas, you need to keep driving. Get off the Twitch. Get off the Twitch chat. You need to keep driving. I know you were coming down the straight between Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz, but you do not need to be chatting in Twitch, Red Bull, and Monster. Lucas, 100% the driver of the day. I mean, Mad Lad, which I believe Mad Lad does have a Crash Nugget. Crash Nugget, you are in with Mad Lad, correct? If Crash Nugget is still here, I believe that is Mad Lad's parents in the chat. But Mad Lad, the second solo effort. Fabi is Schuld Motorsport coming into the pit lane. Lucas, you need to focus on driving. If I've got questions to ask you, we'll do the yes or no light game. Mad Lad is the uncle. Well, give us an update on Mad Lad. How are they doing? How's Mad Lad going? Let's get some on board with Mad Lad and the Aston Martin GT4. That's got to be one of the best feelings, you know, having the family giving you the support while you're running this race. He is at the back of the grid, but he's doing it solo in the slowest car. I say the slowest car, just in the slowest class, but doing it solo, it's a feat in and of itself. Has had a few incidents, but again, just trying to finish. Definitely respect for just going for this, and this is their plan from the very beginning. I mean, Lucas did not have the solo drive planned, but for Mad Lad, a run to try and bring this thing home solo, that was the plan. Mad Lad, if you can hear us, give us a little flash of the lights. With a quite legendary gamer tag, party till we pass out. That's an awesome tag there. Does seem to be a little bit of damage on that Aston Martin GT4 though. 68 laps in, about to start lap 69. If we can get some nice in chat whenever Exclusive comes across the line to start lap 69. So if you were tuning into the stream, and as the exclusive esports Ferrari has a bit of a weird moment there, allowing the 313 BMW to go past. Is it more issues, more damage for the Ferrari 296? But if we can get some spam in the chat for lap 69. Fats GT in the pit lane. As Derek's is about to bring us to lap 69, but I'm not 100% sure if they will bring this car into the pits, maybe to repair some damage. Not 100% sure. And we'll stay out for now. But as we cross the line, lap number 69 has started. If we can get some spam of nice in chat for lap 69. Lucas, it doesn't mean that you come in chat and spam 69. And exactly as I say that, you're in chat saying 69. But, oh well. The number 444 Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3 currently running P2. The exclusive esports sister car quite a ways back running P3. Fetch GT in P4, but they have their eyes set on the podium. That is their goal for the night. GRL Motorsport Aston Martin GT3 coming into the pit lane. And the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari 296 GT3 still out in front. I am going to step away from the stream for just a second and go to the bathroom. And very nice to have you here with Mad Lad. Mad Lab. Is it Mad Lab or Mad Lad? Either way, very happy to have you in here and supporting your drivers. Having your family here to help you in an event like this has got to be one of the greatest feelings. I will be right back, and the commentary will continue shortly. Very happy to have family of the drivers in the stream. It is the best way to support the drivers, and I know that if I was out there driving and had family supporting me, it would be a great motivation. Don't forget, if you are currently following in on Twitch as the leading NRW performance Camaro GT4 comes into the pit lane. If you are watching the stream and it is your first time joining in, here with me for this 24 Hours in Hell broadcast. I would appreciate it if you are not following that you would just consider throwing me a follow. If you would consider subscribing, helping out the stream quite a bit. And if you have a Amazon Prime subscription, you are able to use a free Twitch Prime subscription. Doesn't cost you anything. Comes with your Amazon Prime, but it does throw me a little bit of money every time that someone does so. Also would like to ask that anyone listening in, if you have not yet made a contribution to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, if you would like to do so, you can use that link in the stream chat to send a donation to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. If you do so, please add to your notes the 24-hour charity race, as that will let them know that the donation is coming from us, and it will also let us be able to keep tally of the full amount that we end up raising for the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. The Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang just still trying to close the gap, much closer than they were before to that exclusive eSport 787 Ferrari 296. And the Ferrari that has been leading this field the entire time, they do have some lap traffic that they're currently dealing with, but they have started to have the mistakes rise up to the top. They were running absolutely flawless earlier, and while they have not had any race-ending or majorly race-altering mistakes, they have just had a few mistakes that have eaten away at the buffer that they have made between them and the cars behind. And as they just continue on, they are punished a little bit more and more severe for those mistakes. The Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3 is very much in a prime position to take advantage of any big moment or any addition of multiple moments and incidents from the exclusive eSports number 787 team. And I can only imagine, while it is quite a large distance on track, that they are definitely aware of that Mustang's presence and the fact that they are still on the lead lap. NRW Performance Camaro Z01 GT4R still in the lead with Switzer Motorsport. Porsche Cayman GT4 in P2. The Brims Beckenspreitzer Racing Mercedes AMG GT4 currently in P3. In GT3, exclusive eSports number 787 at the front of the field. Number 444 Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3 in P2. And the Fetch GT Esports number 23 Ferrari 296 in P3. The field just continuing on running. As I think we may See if I have anyone available from any of the teams competing on track to maybe hop into the stream for a bit. Give us a little bit of on-track update. Lucas, you're giving us a flash of the lights because you know that you're on stream right now. And what I need you to do is focus on driving. That Mustang just sounds good. That Voodoo V8 or whatever they call it that they have put in that Mustang just sounds great. I know that some people aren't necessarily too happy with the way that the Mustang GT3 sounds in Assetto Corsa Competizione, but I am 100% down with it. It sounds like the NASCAR cars that are also in line with it. The Dark Horse NASCAR Cup car, the Dark Horse GT3, the Dark Horse, I believe there's like a Dark Horse Cobra Jet or something like that, something along the lines for drag racing, and the Dark Horse V8 Supercar. I believe there's a Dark Horse V8 Supercar. An hour and a half away from the halfway point, where I will have made it 12 hours through, and I still feel like I'm just a couple hours in. Granted, the longest race that I had commentated before this is only a 2.4 hours, so I'd say that so far I am doing pretty great. Oh, I don't think Mad Lad needs to really worry about anything. Just let Mad Lad know that he has plenty of people on stream supporting him, and that everyone just wants to see him bring this thing home. Exclusive esports number 789. Have we had a disconnection from the exclusive esports number 788 team, as they are scored as 789 as of right now? And what has happened to that team? And I'm wondering what the story is with the exclusive esports 788 machine. They seem to have had a disconnection. What do the checked corners of the red and dark gray boxes mean? So that means that they are in a GT4 car. So the different classes of cars have different markings on the bottom. GT3 does not have anything on there. Is now Fatch GT looks to be on the rear of the leading exclusive esports Ferrari 296. Is that Ferrari 296 looks like it has maybe definitely had some issues, or maybe the Fatch GT number 23 is getting lapped by the lead GT3. But all of the different types of cars, so like while I am currently not racing, I am in the 2015 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, essentially as the car that I have registered with. So my color is yellow for GT4s. It's red for TCX. It is blue, or it is light blue for Porsche Cup. It is green. And then yes, white square means gold or pro. Silver means pro-am. And the gray means silver or pro-am, and the red means rookie or am. And diving into the pit lane goes the leader. Very, very close. Almost looks like they may have gone into the wall at the pit lane. But a good stop for them getting on that pit limiter early. But is this a scheduled stop? Is it an unscheduled stop? Kai in the Mustang currently. Will this close the gap up again? Depends on how long this exclusive esports 787 team stays in the pit lane. This really is a 24-hour race. We are about 11 hours or 10 hours and 40 minutes in, and I have been streaming since about an hour before we started, as we are well into the night hours. But I believe we may have had a disconnection from the number 788 exclusive esports team. And they are now out of the session for now. I think they may try to get back in. But as of right now, they are out of the race currently. Hope that they should be able to, or that they could be able to get back in. I think they are all on Xbox Series X. I don't think any of them had any major issues. I am not necessarily tired yet. I'm still going, and I still feel pretty fresh. I do have my girlfriend getting me a couple sodas, so I'd have something a little bit caffeine in it to keep me going. But as of right now, as long as stuff happens on track and I have things to talk about, everything is good to go. The race is kind of stagnated a little bit, which endurance races do. It's kind of part of it. But as the conditions have been holding steady, and it looked like nearly the 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296 was maybe about to go into the wall. But as of right now, no mental toll yet. I mean, I'm sure there will be a slump to hit, but it is only 8:30 for me local time. Granted, we do go until about 9:45, 9:50 tomorrow morning, and I will definitely be going straight to bed after that. I hope. I may end up staying up the rest of the day, but I hope I go to sleep. But as of right now, just keeping it paced nicely, not pushing anything, taking breaks where needed, but also keeping the viewer in mind and keeping everything uniform and making sure that I constantly keep the streams going. Number 314 Team Titans into the pit lane, the number 314 BMW. Into the pit lane from 7th place overall and 7th place in GT3. The Old Goats McLaren also in the pit lane. They have been in a pit lane for a little bit. The Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3 still running on their own. Likely another stop coming shortly for the Schwitzer Mustang. Batch GT Esports was just passed by the XCL, or they were just passed by the XCL Esports car, but went back past when that leading GT3 came into the pit lane. Me Too Old, are you talking to me or to Soho Shay? Hopping on with Lucas, just in no man's land, all on their own. Pushing on further and further. Kai in the Mustang just pushing on, trying to continue on. I have been, well, if you consider racing, just, you know, in all sorts of racing, I have been racing since I was essentially 11 years old. I started my racing career with NHRA Junior Dragster at Texas Motorplex and raced junior dragsters for about 7 years. I've got 3 trophies on the window, 3 runner-up, 2 wins, and 2 championship trophies. And a lot to show for the drag racing career, but my drag racing career did not last forever. So in terms of top 10, I don't exactly understand exactly what you're asking. In terms of broadcasters, I am not a top 10 broadcaster. I have not been doing this for very long, but I have some previous racing experience, grew up with a racing family, so I know that some people have maybe had to get into racing and things like that on their own. A long stop for the Team Titans BMW, maybe they have an issue. but I understand that some people are, the family is not entirely supportive of getting into racing and things like that. I have had a family on, that has always been good with racing, and they have actually they have inspired my racing taste, and then I have then since branched out. My family is not necessarily a big endurance racing family, but I have found endurance racing on my own, and my family does, or my dad does watch some of the endurance races with me, understands the things that go on there, but mostly a NASCAR and drag racing home. So, funny enough, Vettel, I will get to your question, Playboy, but funny enough, Vettel, the weather randomness is actually pretty high. We are expected to have wet to dry to wet to dry to wet to dry, and we have had wet conditions for the past 8 hours. So it is not supposed to be wet the entire time, yes, yet it has somehow ended up being wet the entire time. So if you think about it, with the randomness being so high and us expecting more of a change of conditions, and getting this, same condition for so long is actually very rare. Brins Beckenspreitzer, Mercedes AMG GT4 into the pit lane. Yeah, and you're probably only running slicks whenever it was whenever the track was considered damp, because those wets were overheating. Playboy, in terms of the WRC games, the EA Codemasters WRC, I believe it was. I have not personally played them. I've played a little bit of Dirt Rally 2.0, but I'm not a huge rally fan, so I don't have too much of a massive opinion. If you do want to see, or someone that has a good opinion on those rally games, Jimmy Broadbent would be the one to go check out if you want to see how someone with a little bit more experience in the field has an opinion on the WRC games. While WRC is cool and I appreciate all the cars, the Hyundai Velostarins, the Volkswagens, Toyotas, the Skodas, all of the cars that race in the World Rally Championship, I personally don't really take too much interest in actually seeking the WRC events. But it is mainly because I am an American, and in the United States, finding the WRC events to watch, and there are also no WRC events for us to go to, so it is a little tricky to do so there. So I am not the best person to ask in terms of WRC related things. Still a long stop for the Team Titans BMW. Hopefully no errors there, but they may be having some issues with the driver swaps, the Team Titans BMW. And it looked like they may have been coming out of the pits there, and the car is fired up and now rolling out of the pits. A long stop, but did make it out of the pits eventually. That is unfortunate, Vettel. But, it is a team race, so you just have to bring it home as best as possible. You do your work in the car, and maybe the workload is maybe not equally shared, but you just have to know that you drove the car to your best of ability, did the best thing that you could do with it, and just have to bring it home. Kai into the pit lane with the Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang. A good stop for the Mustang. And now a driver swap. Either Erish or one of the other drivers with the Schwitzer MSA team. Likely to be MCR, who just came out of the car actually, or could be Arish going back into the car. Well, happy that you are happy with the wet conditions, because I know that some people are not necessarily happy with the wet conditions so far. Extremely unfortunate radioactive. I was trying to figure out what happened with the 788 Ferrari. I did see you guys leave and then try to rejoin or something like that, and it seems that it just was not to be. It has been going well. Are you ready to get in the booth? I'll bring you in the booth here in a minute if you're ready. Definitely worth a try. Hope that you guys will be able to get back in at least to finish the event. I know there are multiple teams that are just waiting until the very end or a server restart to get back into the session. No problem, Has. Just send me a message whenever you get in, and we'll get you on the broadcast. The Northern Lights McLaren coming into the pit lane. Another scheduled stop for them. And the rain just continues. No end in sight to the wet conditions. The number 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296 just still running on their own. Fazzy Binks back in that car. Definitely one of their quicker drivers. As we are almost an hour away from the halfway point. The Northern Lights McLaren now coming out of the pit lane. Still just continuing on. The 777 Chevy, I wonder if maybe that car has been passed by the 888 Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman. It would have to have been in the pit lane, or if maybe this Camaro is about to lap the GT4 Porsche in P2 and GT4. Brims Beckenspritzer, Mercedes, AMG GT4, all on their own. We'll have some GT3 traffic coming into the picture before too long. DRL Motorsport bringing up the rear in GT3. Old Goats Porsche in P4. Old Goats Aston Martin Vantage in P5. Old Goats AMG P6 will actually likely be scored P5 after the the Aston Martin comes out of the pit lane. Pro Endurance in P7 in GT4. Old Goats P9 and Mad Lad Old Goats P8, Mad Lad P9. Fazzy Binks, first place currently on track and has led every lap this race. Will it be enough to bring it home at the end? Needs luck on their side and a lot of skill. Favorite and the least favorite track on ACC. Well, my favorite is I don't know. I would say that my favorite track, well, my least favorite, I can probably say is Paul Ricard. Paul Ricard is my least favorite from personal experience. Paul Ricard is my least favorite. It's just it's flat. There's nothing, or actually, if not Paul Ricard, my least favorite may actually be it's my least favorite is either Paul Ricard or Snetterton. Just two. Just they're very flat, no camber, no elevation, no changes, no nothing on track. Favorites, it would probably be between Zandvoort, the Nordschleife, Zandvoort and the Nordschleife, and Red Bull Ring. I'm good at those cars pretty much, or those tracks pretty much. If you can tell, I like banking and elevation in my tracks, and the high banks at Zandvoort are just awesome. And it's by the beach, which is cool too. Olton Park is pretty cool. I've actually never raced at Olton Park, but I have commentated races at Olton Park. Same thing with Valencia, Kyalami. I have not personally raced there, but I have commentated races there. And off for the Super Swede, the remaining Super Swede team, the Super Swede sister team, did have a retirement earlier on. What happened if you ran out? Good question. I think that a lot of people are not necessarily sure. You either get a drive-through penalty or a disqualification, and I don't think we're 100% sure exactly how that works. But as far as we know, that is what you would be looking at. Car number 13, Mad Lad, with a little bit of an off at Kesselchen. That car very slow now, maybe bringing it back into the pit lane. The thing is, time penalties, yes. But in terms of a disqualification for failure to serve a penalty, no, you can't really do that. And that's the problem, is you would have the failure to serve the penalty, and you would get a disqualification there. Well, the way that it works is it splits the drive time between the drivers, and it splits 36 hours of drive time, so you have a little bit of room for strategy either way. So you have 36 hours of drive time between the amount of drivers that you have registered for the team. So a problem that some of the teams are running into is if they had 4 drivers on the team, but only 2 showed up, then you would have only 18 hours of drive time out of 36 hours, because you would only have half of the available drive time of your 4-driver team. So I don't know how many teams are going to be dealing with that issue. I mean, that's only something that we'll see as time, gets closer. But not yet so far. In terms of, has it ever happened to anyone? I'm sure, but in terms of in this session so far, I don't think so. GRL Motorsport number 98 getting a drive-through penalty, either for speeding in pit lane or track limit infringement. We will have to see. Are you guys a 3-driver team with 2 drivers in, or do you guys have all 3 drivers in? Yeah, so you guys should be fine. Yeah. As long as you haven't had any issues with driver swaps so far, there should be no issues with driver swaps going down to the end. Yeah, so if you have 3 drivers, it splits your time between 3 drivers. It splits 36 hours between 3 drivers, which, if that was the case, then you would have to hope that the stint timer would, you would buy some time in the pit lane with your stops, so you wouldn't start the next stint until a little while after. But you essentially, if you were going to run your 24 hours, you would have to hope that you get to cross the line on the final lap with 0 time left, essentially. And so that way you would have time left to buy. So say you joined, or you were racing the session, and then at the very end, it's 24 hours exactly, and you've only got maybe a minute, or say 2 or 3 minutes left in excess, but you've got an 8-minute lap ahead of you, a 9-minute lap ahead of you, then, you'd be essentially screwed, because you wouldn't be able to finish the lap, and then you would get your disqualification for exceeding the stint timer, or the penalty, or whatever it would be. If it's a penalty, then in that case you would be okay, but aside from that, then you'd be in trouble. Have a good nap, have to get some good rest, as we've got the number 787 Ferrari of Fazzy Binks and Exclusive Esports passing the number 4 Mercedes in 4th place of the AMG Motorsport after the 788 Exclusive Esports sister car had that unfortunate retirement that dropped them out of the podium. Giles bringing the Euro Titans Endurance number 313 BMW into the pit lane and just keeping their nose clean, bringing this race home. They have now found themselves in P5 due to retirements and issues with the cars up ahead. Fazzy Binks still pulling away from the number 4 AMG Motorsport Mercedes. The second XCL car had a disconnection, and then they were unable to get that car back into the server as their first driver, their number 1 driver, was asleep and unable to join the car for their first stint, so they have essentially had issues getting back in, and they have ultimately decided to retire the car. Well, if you think about it, these issues that we've had are technically mechanical failures, as we are now down to 20 cars left in the session. You could blame it just on bad weather. And the number 4 AMG Motorsport, I just heard it backing off the throttle and down the gears into the pit lane. Another pit stop for Lucas. Lucas, whenever you get stopped, just let us know how you're feeling. You obviously seem to be feeling pretty good, but just give us a little update in chat. We'd love to check in on you. Yeah, it's very much a shame. They were running P3 and, you know, bouncing in and out of the podium positions, that 788 sister exclusive esports Ferrari. The old goats Mercedes coming out of the pit lane. And now we're about to have a crossover as the NRW Performance Camaro GT4 is looking to lap the 888 Schwitzer Motorsport GT4 Porsche Cayman, as that would be a lap for the of the car in second place. And very glad to be motivating you, Lucas. You have put a lot of work in, but you've got a lot of time left to go. But the 777 AMG Camaro, or not AMG Camaro, GT4 Camaro looking to lap the 888 Schwitzer Motorsport Porsches. We can just barely hear that American V8 screaming in the background. We can just barely hear that Camaro. Car number 42, though. Say 42, it may have actually been 43. The number 43 car is heading off at miss hit miss. Car pointed around the wrong way. And that McLaren just having to get turned back around. Pointed the right way and will be back pressing forward. Now we can definitely hear that Camaro behind, as the NRW Performance Camaro Z01 GT4R, they have shown great pace here in this race. They showed great pace in the qualifier last week, but now that Camaro all over the rear of the Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman, and this is a lap of position, or a lap of drivers that are side by side in position, and a little bit of a break from the Schwitzer Porsche. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but a little bit of miscommunication between them. The Porsche hit the brakes ahead of the Camaro, and a bump between the Porsche and the Camaro. Not exactly sure how much damage that has put on the front and rear end of the Camaro and Porsche, but I'm sure it's more damage than the Camaro wanted to have, albeit they don't necessarily have too much to worry about. They are quite a ways ahead, as they have now lapped the entire GT4 field. And the exclusive esports 787 Ferrari 296 is looking to do the same. They had lapped the entire field, but coming into the pit lane, they did undo some of the lapping that they did. Some cars were able to get their laps back. I believe they were, at least. I think the Fetch GT number 23 is on the lead lap, but we would just have to see. I think they're just barely on the lead lap. And the 444 Mustang, the gap is shrinking a little bit, I believe, as they have just been absolutely pushing in that Mustang. A 3-driver effort in the Mustang. But it will have to be a lot more work to do than they expected with the Mustang. One of their teammates unable to enter the car due to some technical issues. So that was a 4-man team that has now dropped down to a 3-man team. Should still have plenty of time on the stint timers. We'll have about 3 hours in excess in total, but they do have to plan their drivers accordingly to not overuse someone's drive time, or maybe you want someone to be able to drive at the end of the race. You need to get them out of the car as early as possible and allow them to get in later on. The Pro Endurance Porsche Cayman GT4 into the pit lane. And it looks like a driver swap for them, and rolling out of the box back onto the track. As we've got a few more hours of night conditions here. If someone in the session could let me know the in-game time, I would greatly appreciate it. (3:18 a.m.) So we've got about 3 more hours, 2 or 3 more hours of night racing. I think it's actually going to be 3 more hours, which should give us about 9 hours from then until the race start, and almost an off at the Kleiner Carousel for Fazzy Banks. So about 3 more hours of nighttime. 45 minutes away from the halfway point, though, and the rain has showed no signs of stopping. Still wet from here for the foreseeable future. As the number 787 Ferrari 296 GT3 just doing their best to hold on to this lead. They have not really been in any sort of trouble in terms of losing that lead. The Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4 coming into the pit lane. As some... I say some, that's actually our leader, going past the number 888 Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4. And maybe we will see some dry running. The track is wet, but albeit not flooded or too wet. And we actually have a change in weather for the first time in a long time. Diminishing rain on the forecast. As we may start to transition towards those drier conditions. As we saw the transition to damp conditions very early on in this race, we may see that transition yet again. As in about half an hour, we are looking at the rain to be diminishing slightly. And this is the first time that we have had a change in the forecast for quite some time. And it is going to be rain slowly starting to die off a little bit, as we may start to see a trend towards drier conditions, or we may end up getting closer to those damp conditions where we started to see these wet tires start to overheat. The GRL Motorsport Aston Martin has been in the pit lane for quite some time now. Wonder if maybe they are repairing some damage on that Aston Martin. Well, if we get damp conditions, you will definitely be seeing slicks. Just depends on whether or not we get those damp conditions, but the rain does look to be lessening within half an hour. So, a welcome change. Now, that does not mean that it is going to be an end to the rain. And as the leading GT3 goes past some GT4 traffic, the McLaren does go into the wall. And the Old Goats AMG does get a stop-and-go penalty for speeding in pit lane. Team Titans number 314, the number 98 GRL Motorsport Aston Martin does make it out of the pit lane. The number 314 BMW, the Team Titans BMW, into the pit lane. P9 for them, as the United E-Racing effort has found themselves in P7, up a few positions from where they were running previously. And the Team Titans will come out. United E-Racing now into the pit lane just behind the car that they are 2 positions ahead of. Car number 71, the Northern Lights McLaren, now coming into Flonsgarten, or coming out of Flonsgarten into Schwabenschwanz. Will be the car behind. We'll see if the Northern Lights McLaren comes in, or if they are going to be on a different strategy to the United E-Racing BMW that is now in. Fabi Ist Schuld BMW comes into the pit lane from P6 overall. And we seem to be starting another cycle of pit stops here, just a little bit before the halfway point in this 24-hour race. Once again, if you would like to join races like these or just have communities to race in, make sure that you go ahead and click on the links for the XCL, the Xbox Community League, and ATR Aztec Racing Discord servers. If you would like to get into the racing for those leagues, get into some racing that you can race every day and have some respectable racing with you on track, or you want a licensed systems to be able to build your rating, develop your career as a sim racing driver, you could join those leagues and get started with your sim racing career with XCL or Aztec Racing. XCL does also have a lot of other leagues that they are affiliated with. Fabi is Schuld coming out of the pit lane. Northern Lights coming not into the pit lane. They may come in here. They do not come in here. Stay out for now. United E-Racing out of the pit lane at the Dunlop hairpin, quite a ways ahead of the Northern Lights McLaren. And Team Titans number 314 still in the pit lane, maybe repairing some damage or trying to get the driver swaps there, or maybe taking a break. No necessary rush in the pit lane. Exclusive Esports still at the lead in GT3. They have led every lap of this race for the past 11 hours and 23 minutes. They did lead lap 1, did not start on pole, but were very quick to take the pole position, or the lead away from the pole sitting GRL Motorsports number 99 Aston Martin. And a long stop for the Team Titans number 314. They have now dropped back a position to the Super Swede number 113. I wonder if maybe it was a disconnection for the Team Titans. They're trying their best to get that car back out on track, I believe. Through Schwab and Schwans for Fazzy Binks with the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari. And that number 444 Mustang. I wonder if that Mustang is closing that gap or if it is just holding steady. Mustang does have some traffic to deal with, and a early exit of the Kleiner carousel from Fazzy Binks there. The number 23 Fats GT Ferrari coming into the pit lane from P3. The final spot on the podium in GT3. And as they are about to pull into the pit lane, they will get their stop. Awesome Prawn will come out of the car. And I believe Shumi Niels will go back into the car. The NRW Performance number 777 Camaro GT4R into the pit lane. That car has had a commanding lead in GT4, and they have been running in 99 or a 99% perfect race here in GT4. Number 787 Ferrari 296 looks to be leading the field into the daylight hours, as we are about half an hour away from the halfway point, a couple hours away from daylight. Team Titans number 314 still in the pit lane, maybe trying to get something figured out in terms of the driver swap there. A long stop for the BMW. As the race has technically not been going on for 12 hours, but I personally have been streaming for over 12 hours by now. But the halfway point that matters is when we hit 12 hours on the race clock. And I believe 12 hours of live commentary for a 24-hour race is a feat in and of itself, if I do say so myself. The longest that I have ever done race commentary has been right at 2.5 hours. Or, no, still right at 2.5 hours. That's about the longest that I've done. And we will, or we have very much surpassed that limit. But this is also, in my eyes, one of the greatest tests in terms of commentary. If you can do it for this long, you must really enjoy it. If you don't necessarily want to do it for this long, then you must not enjoy it that much. So this should be telling you guys how much I genuinely do enjoy doing a commentary. We will keep eyes locked on that forecast as we will see if we will be getting less and less rain. Currently looking rain to diminish within the next half hour, but by how much will that rain diminish? There's only one way to find out, and that is to get there first. Once that diminishing rain kicks over to the 10-minute forecast, then we will see what we are looking at on the table in terms of the 30-minute forecast. Currently shows diminishing rain within the half hour. Hopefully we get the rain to go away, because that would cause a scramble in the pits, and I'm sure maybe some slicks would be able to last out there on track as of right now. Take one small break. I will be right back. I did the smart thing and went and grabbed myself a more comfortable chair so that I would be able to continue on for longer. I say this chair is more comfortable. I may have lied. It may not necessarily be more comfortable. We can fix that though. Alright, now I have a more comfortable chair. Sometimes you have to improvise in situations. And improvise and adapt I have. Exclusive Esports number 787 still in the lead, albeit unsurprisingly, as they have been in a commanding lead this entire race. The Team Titans number 314 still in the pit lane. Wonder what the issues are for them. And MCR 420 in the Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3. Just looking to hold the pace they have now, maybe find a little bit more. And if we do get a change in conditions, that may change who has the pace and where. As maybe some cars operate a little bit better in the dry compared to the wet. We just have to see if we will end up getting those drier conditions. A signal from the Bremse Backenspreizer Mercedes AMG GT4 letting the Schwitzer Mustang GT3 know that they are going to the left-hand side and that the Mustang should go around the right. Fats GT currently still in P3. And the Team Titans BMW still in the pit lane. Still waiting on that weather forecast to update to see exactly what we're going to be dealing with in terms of track conditions. I hear that Camaro coming down the GP Strecke, as this Team Titans number 314 BMW is just losing positions the longer that they sit in the pit lane. Still unsure of exactly what's wrong with that car, but they seem to be trying to resolve some sort of issue. A little bit over 20 minutes away from the halfway point. 12 hours complete of this 12-hour race, or of this 24-hour race. Lucas going past the number 777 Camaro GT4, the GT4 leader. Still waiting for the forecast to update to see exactly what we're looking at in terms of future rain. Still shows diminishing rain within the half hour. But waiting for that diminishing rain to kick over to 10 minutes. Or to the 10-minute forecast so we can see exactly what we're dealing with. Oh, I'm not trying to get too comfortable, but my back was starting to hurt. I've been leaning forward in a wood dining chair for quite a while, so I went and got myself a lawn chair, and it's a cheap lawn chair, and it's actually not very nice. It's a little bit uncomfortable, and I may actually end up going back to the dining chair. We'll just have to see. Euro Titans Endurance find themselves in P5. Fabi is Schuld Motorsport BMW in P6. United E Racing in P7. The Team Titans BMW still in the pit lane, and they are now losing laps. Unsure of exactly what's wrong with that car, but they are losing laps and losing time, still stuck in the pit lane. Just currently doing my best to stay away from the energy drinks for now. Save those until it is absolutely dire. But it is as much a test of endurance for me to keep this going for so long as it is for all of the drivers out on track. Lucas and Mad Lad, the two solo efforts, both still out there on track. Lucas currently running P4, solo effort nearly 12 hours in. And Mad Lad, party till we pass out. Currently at the back of the pack in GT4, but another solo effort with the number 313 BMW, the Team Titans, or actually no, the Euro Titans BMW going past. Team Titans BMW still in the pit lane. And Fazzy Binks, the number 787 Ferrari 296 exclusive esports, the piloting team there in the driver's seat for the entirety of this session. They have led every single lap in GT3, coming into the pit lane for another scheduled stop. And now the diminishing rain, as we may move towards more of those damp conditions that we saw earlier on, but it does not show no more rain, as I know some of the drivers are hoping for some dry conditions to be able to race in. See if we see the Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3 coming to the pit lane here shortly. The Fatch GT Esports Ferrari 296. The number 4 AMG Motorsport Mercedes going past the number 313 Euro Titans Endurance BMW GT3, and that, I mean, I understand that Lucas is an absolute animal out here driving this race completely by themselves, but being able to lap cars that you are actively racing while a completely solo effort is just absolutely commendable. That is crazy, especially this late into the race, as we are just quickly approaching the 12-hour mark. Less than 15 minutes away from the halfway point. And the AMG Motorsport Mercedes of Lucas 5007 has been running top pace all on their own. No brakes, no getting out of the car. They have had some time to take, mandatory human necessity brakes, but aside from things like that, they have not been able to be out of the car for an extended period of time, and they are still running P4 in this event. After all of this time of running solo, just makes you wonder if they will, maybe be able to finish this entire event with all of this pace, but maybe maybe to bring home a podium would be insane for it would be insane for a solo effort, especially this late in the race. I mean, that's not just driving the car, racing the car for 24 hours. It's racing the car with a respectable pace, a pace good enough to fight for a podium, which is, albeit a big enough challenge on its own for a team. I mean, to be doing it solo, it's quite literally insane. My personal vote, and I believe that it should be without a doubt the driver of the day, Lucas, in the AMG Mercedes. You can go ahead and flash your lights, Lucas. You're on stream. I'm trying to keep you going. You're almost halfway through. There he is. He's listening to the stream. You're getting there, Lucas. Just a little while left to go. You're already halfway point. We'll be over the hump shortly. You and I, we're both doing this whole thing beginning to end. And if I'm still in good spirits, then you should be too. Hopefully no drama from here to the end. And we seem to have dropped another team. Which team is this? We still have XCL, Schwitzer, Fatch, AMG, Euro Titans, Fabius Schuld, United E-Racing. Lucas seems to be feeling okay. Lucas, give us a flash of the lights if you're feeling okay. It seems that we had another two more disconnections. Oh, Mad Lad got disconnected, but hopefully we'll be able to get Mad Lad back in the session. And who else did we lose? Did lose Mad Lad, the GT4. Hopefully you should see them back in. But did we lose? We lost a 314. The 314 BMW, as I believe we have they have had a trip to the pit lane. I think they have said in their own words they have gearbox issues that they need to repair. And Mad Lad back in the session. Should be off the track. As soon as they get the setup loaded up in the car, we'll be good to go and to continue on in this race. Should not lose any laps, but will continue on. Awake for 20 hours. How are you? Are you? Of course you're coming down the Dottinger. You don't need to be losing pace and potentially losing the car texting with one hand. Don't text and drive. I understand you're coming down the Dottinger Hollow while everyone is, or you know, you're just driving with one hand and probably got the stream on your phone, and you're just, you know, typing with one hand while you're driving. But still, you need to pay attention to where you're going. And actually, we should be at the point where we should start to see long stops. We should be seeing our brake swaps here, as brakes can last about 12 hours. Lucas, are you gonna bring the car in this lap or next lap for brakes? I mean, don't get your phone out. Don't text or type in chat, but it is, I believe it is getting close to time for brakes. I assume that's agreeing, saying it's close to time for brakes. And less than 5 minutes away from the halfway point, as we are getting closer and closer towards the sunrise, towards the daylight hours. Should be within the next couple hours. And Schwitzer MSA into the pit lane, as well as the Old Goats Vantage and the GRL Motorsport number 98 in the pit lane. Everyone here should be taking long stops, as I believe they are changing brakes. And shortly we will have our firefighter back into the session, to get on the broadcast. The Old Goats, Aston Martin, coming into the pit lane, likely to change their brakes, do their driver swap. No brakes for the Mustang, staying out a little bit longer. No brake change there, but we are close to that brake change. It's probably going to be on the next stop. GRL Motorsport, Aston Martin may be doing their brakes now, as we are still looking at a lot of the field needing to come in, and the track conditions not necessarily drying up too quickly. Still looking at wet track for now, and still waiting to see those wet conditions diminish. Looking at that 30-minute forecast, hoping to see some diminishing rain. As the rain is diminishing shortly, but could just see more damp conditions like we saw very early on in the race about 10 and 11 hours ago. Northern Lights number 71 into the pits. A scheduled stop for them, possibly a brake change. GRL Motorsport coming out, and that may have been a brake change for them. Derek's now in the XCL Ferrari 296 after Fazzy Binks. Derek's just trying to bring the car home through Eschbach and Brünchen. XCL Esports number 787 still in the lead. 444 of Schwitzer MSA in P2, and Fetch GT 1 lap down after they have been lapped, or if they have not been, if they have unlapped themselves. They were lapped and will likely get lapped if they cannot find some serious pace in that Ferrari 296.
Still a long way to go.
And we get the halfway call from race control. We are over the crest. 12 hours left, 12 hours in. As it is now less time than we have. Less time to go than we have already been through. The old goats Porsche came in at GT4 coming into the pit lane. As I believe the majority of our European audience is all asleep. .80 laps in, still wet conditions. It's been 12 hours of wet. As we are about halfway through the second part of this 24-hour live stream. And we are now 12 hours into the race itself. as we are still on board with the XCL esports team. The number 787, they have been absolutely dominating this event so far. But less than 12 hours left to go, and it looks to be even less rain. We may be getting dry conditions as the rain will be slowing up even more, as we have a potential of dry conditions out on track. It is just a matter of time to see if maybe we do get these dry conditions. Over 12 hours running this race, still no dry running. We did have damp and overheating wet tires. I'm sure the wet tires are just absolutely in their element, but we may start to deal with those damp conditions again here within the hour. The rain is diminishing, which does lead to those damp conditions, and as the rain will continue, as the rain is looking to lessen up within 10 and within 30, lessen up even more. We may see the rain go away. It only took 12 hours, but we have finally gotten some variability in the weather. Or I guess it essentially took about 10 hours, 2 hours into the race. We did have our first variations of weather as we got those damp conditions. Super Swede Ferrari coming into the pit lane. Would not be surprised if they do take a brake change there. And there was a off with the Schwitzer. Porsche came into GT4 running P2 and GT4. But they got that GT4 back out on track. As the Super Swede in the pit lane and the Schwitzer in the pit lane. Glad you could find the broadcast, Zolexi. As we have now reached the halfway point, and while it did show rain diminishing, still shows some drizzle for the next half hour. So maybe that variability was just a short stint of less rain. I would love to see some dry running in this race, but I don't know if that will be the case. The almost close between the, what was that? That was not the United E-Racing, was it? It was one of the BMWs. The Northern Lights just went by. It's not the number 91. It may have been one of the It is not the 91. It was actually the 98 Aston Martin that was going slow, allowing that number 71 Northern Lights McLaren by. The only McLaren running in this event, and they are currently running P8. Derek's in the XCL esports team still ahead, and the gap after the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang came into the pit lane is grown once again right at half a lap, or a little bit over half a lap still. That Mustang still just racing their own race, still on the lead lap. The final GT3 on the lead lap. As Fatch GT has been lapped, or If they were not lapped, they are looking to be lapped again, and as they have a little bit of an off at Schwabenschwanz and into the Kleine Carousel, do get it wrangled down and eventually bring it back together. And now onto the Dottingerhalle. We will see the Fats GT go flat out, but I believe the 787 XCL Esports Ferrari, as long as they do not have too much issue getting past traffic, should catch the number 23 Fats GT Ferrari within due time. The number 98 Aston Martin GT4 coming into the pit lane. As it is getting close to dinner time, and I am awaiting a soda for the lady to bring me. As she gets off of work, she should bring me a little Dr. Pepper or something like that, something with a little caffeine so I don't crack into the energy drinks yet. But something to just keep me going. And the XCL Esports team coming out of Hohenrain looking to start another lap. The 444 Schwitzer MSA Mustang in P2, the Fats GT number 23 Ferrari 296 GT3 in P3, the solo effort Lucas 5007 AMG Motorsport number 4. Lucas has now driven over 12 hours in this car. Would not be surprised if we see them take a break here, as it would be well deserved. Over 12 hours of running for one man here in this Mercedes. The Euro Titans Endurance P5, Fabius Schuld Motorsport P6, United E Racing P7, Northern Lights P8, Super Swede P9, and in P10 in GT3. Of the remaining GT3 cars on track, GRL Motorsport in P10. In GT4, NRW Performance P1, Schwitzer Motorsport P2, Brims Backenspreitzer Racing P3, Old Goats Porsche P4, Old Goats Vantage P5, Old Goats AMG P6, Old Goats, actually not Old Goats, the Pro Endurance Porsche up into P7, the Old Goats McLaren P8, and the Mad Lads Solo GT4 effort in P9 and GT4. Pro Endurance coming into the pit lane, AMG Motorsport in the pit lane, and Euro Titans Endurance into the pit lane on another stop, and this may be a brake swap stop, as we are still looking at continued wet conditions. Albeit less rain, we should see damp conditions within an hour or so, as that rain is diminishing. The rain has not been too crucial of a factor, though, as we are now in low rain. Just a light drizzle, and we should start to see those damp conditions come back, and that may open the opportunity for slicks. I don't think it was brake change for the AMG Motorsport number 4. And the Pro Endurance Porsche Cayman GT4 out ahead. The Euro Titans number 313 still in the box, and getting close to those brake changes. Also getting close to daylight as the night is nearing its end. We should be right around 4 a.m. in track time, and that would give us just a couple hours left of night racing. which then leaves us about 10 hours of racing in the day to the end. A 3 p.m. finish in game, looking at about a 4 p.m. BST finish for our friends across the pond. As we just continue on through this 24 hours in hell, I would once again like to ask for anyone watching to consider donating to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. It is a foundation that supports injured and wounded firefighters in the line of duty. We will have our firefighter joining the session before too long, whenever he is ready to get into the session. And we will see what he has in store for us. But if you would like to consider donating to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, please use the link in the Discord, or not in the Discord, in the Twitch chat. And if you do make a contribution to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, make sure that you put a note on there saying that it is from the 24-hour race. As GRL Motorsport had an off, did get that car restarted, and the lights back on. Thought that maybe it had been a crash hard enough to destroy the lights, but just seems to be that the car had stalled and needed to be restarted. I am getting a little bit tired, but that is just because I haven't had any, as Schwitzer MSA comes out of the pit lane. Still no brake changes. That should be a 90-second stop. I am getting a little bit tired, but, you know, we are just pushing on for now. It is getting close to the time to eat dinner, and I'll have some soda and things like that. But as of right now, we are okay for the time being. We're over the crest now. It is all downhill from here, and there is only less and less time to go. Does not mean that I can't necessarily stop the yawning, though, but we will do our best to continue on. Have a good night. I understand that a lot of people, especially now the North American side, will be going to sleep, and we may start to see some of our friends in the, or I guess across the pond, friends in Europe, they will start to be waking up shortly, and we may see more of a European presence in chat. Ooh, yeah, definitely late for you, but it is getting closer to where we should start to see some more of our European people join the stream. Join the stream chat should be getting back in the car for their next stint. I have turned the air conditioning down. It is getting a little bit warm in the streaming room. So I am usually not in the streaming room for this long of a session at once. But this is what we are doing, so we just continue on. And I still have the energy drinks and things to crack into if needed when Father Time starts to take his toll. Still in the lead, the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari. And in GT4, the NRW Performance number 777 Camaro GT4R. So we are still looking at rain, or I guess a light drizzle. We will see a transition. The Triple H Schwitzer Porsche Cayman GT4 with an off at Arenberg. And that is just music to the ears of the drivers of the NRW Performance Camaro GT4, as they would love to have less and less work to do. The more that they, or the less that they have to work to push and push and push, the easier it is for them to bring this car home. They do have quite the gap to the next GT4 behind. Just doing a good job to run the car nice and clean, but they are still running with a great amount of pace. The Old Goats AMG and GRL Motorsport Aston Martin. Another stop for the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, as they seem to be having a lot of stops. The Old Goats AMG in the pit lane with some damage on that car. We can just barely hear some of the other other GT4s coming down the line. It was the Old Goats Porsche with a little bit of an identity crisis there. Scored as number 4, but they are number 41, and show number 41 on the map. Oop, it seemed like we almost lost the Old Goats Porsche there for a second with Niles at the wheel. But we did not. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes going by. Old Goats AMG still in the pit lane. NRW Performance now coming in the pit lane. Would not be surprised if they do end up changing their brakes here on this stop. if we hear the Old Goats AMG now pulling out ahead. As I think we may see damp conditions shortly. It will take a little bit longer. And it will take a little bit longer to replace the brakes on this stop, if they do decide to take brakes on this stop. I know that 12 hours was kind of the benchmark that everyone had let me know for brakes, but some say that the brakes should last well past the 12-hour mark. And it's no brakes for the Camaro as they are quickly out of the pit lane. United E-Racing BMW coming back into the pit lane. And we will see if maybe we get these damp conditions, or maybe we get some dry conditions, some end to the rain for at least a short amount of time. It would take longer for the track to dry here at night compared to during the day. The Fabiist Schuld BMW also coming in ahead of the, or I guess behind and ahead of the United E-Racing, ahead in terms of position, behind in terms of track position. And GRL Motorsport back into the pit lane as well, as they are now dropping down a few positions. The number 40 Old Goats AMG just came out of the pits. Now more damage, big damage on that Old Goats AMG GT4, and that will probably move them back a couple positions. We'll have to go all the way around the track in order to bring that car back into the pit lane. We will likely, or I will likely be taking a dinner break here within the next hour. I think it was about 6 hours ago, the last time that I had a small meal. I had some leftover chicken wings. Not exactly sure what's for dinner, but there will be something eaten, and we do see a little bit of spray behind this Ferraris. I think we are starting to get some sunlight to come through. Can start to see a touch of the spray as we will be transitioning towards the daylight hours. Still just riding on board with the number 787 Ferrari 296 GT3. Batch GT, the number 23 P3 Ferrari 296 of Batch GT Esports coming into the pit lane. And will they be taking breaks? Just depends on the duration of the stop. Likely will take it within the next 2 scheduled stops, I would think. Take those brakes, as they will need to be changed. You do not want to blow the brakes up. Oh, I 100% believe that, as we are starting to get sunrise on track. And no brakes for Fast GT. A quick stop for them coming back out of the pit lane. And it just needs to be back onto the pace as the sun is now starting to come up. The track is getting a little bit lighter. And now we will start to see maybe some facilitation of those warmer track conditions as we get some more sunlight on track. Maybe we will see a little track drying. A little bit of moisture is enough to keep the track from going from damp to dry. Currently wet because we do not have the sunlight to dry the track. But as soon as we do get that sunlight out there, which it is coming very shortly, we should see a change from at least wet to damp if we continue to hold these rain conditions. Which, if we hold damp conditions for a long time, that would open the door to change to slicks, as the slicks are the faster tire. Not necessarily the safer tire in the damp conditions, as the slicks are going to have less grip than the wets in slightly wet conditions. But the wets will overheat and fall off of the grip that they would have as an advantage over the slick tire. So you would start to see, especially as these drivers have been on wets for quite some time now, as the sun comes up, the track temperature comes up, and we get that sunlight on the track to dry it a little bit, we will start to see drivers out there on wets. If the rain does not pick up again, they will be looking for the available water on track, which, as long as we have been running with standard showers, there may not be all that much water to use. Still a little bit of spray out there as the track is just nice and soaked, but there is no flooding on track. Doesn't seem to be any major handling issues caused there. We will just wait for the forecast update and watch that 30-minute mark. The Old Goats AMG comes back into the pit lane. And I wonder if that was an RTG entry into the pit lane. It may have been. They did have some damage on that Mercedes. Unfortunate, especially just after they came out of the pit lane. And the number 41, not the number 41, the number, well, technically the number 41, but the number 4, Old Goats Porsche, had an off at the Yokohama S. Track temps 14 degrees Celsius, and we are looking at track temps to increase back to around 18 and 19 degrees Celsius. I think the highest we saw was 20 or 21 degrees Celsius. Obviously, we wouldn't immediately get there, but we would start the warming trend as soon as the sun comes up a little bit more. Headlights still on track, but we may see those headlights come off here within the next hour, as definitely a lot more sunlight. We can actually see the color of the grass now, as we have had reports from teams of the sun coming up. An absolutely wild phenomenon. Just cruising from here until the daylight, as it has been for quite some time. The Old Goats McLaren coming into the pit lane. The Old Goats McLaren and the Old Goats AMG both in the pit lane. The 787 Ferrari still ahead of the Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3 we're on board with now. Some of the lights on track will start to turn off. All of the, or not all, but the majority of the spotlights and strobe lights and string lights and things like that we will start to see less of. They are still there, but you just won't really be able to see them. In terms of the track conditions, the track temperature is staying the same, but and then off from the exclusive esports number 787 at Flonsgarten, but able to bring it back on track. No into the wall there. Large sand trap available to use at the exit of Flonsgarten, especially if you overshoot the corner. But the conditions holding steady. We have had the rain lessen, and we will be looking at damp conditions shortly. Currently being viewed as wet and into the wall, a little bit of a wall ride from Derek's. Maybe a lack of grip, maybe those tires getting a little warm, those wet tires on the number 787 Ferrari of the exclusive esports team. And some damage on that car that will need to be repaired later, at least some light damage. Doesn't seem to be too much, but it does seem to be a lack of grip out on track. Still running in P1 though with a large gap to the cars behind, but they cannot afford to lose too much time as the Schwitzer Motorsport, or the Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang is definitely within a shout of the position if too big of a mistake is made from the exclusive esports team. Just waiting for the sun to rise, waiting for the forecast to update to see what we'll be looking at. Hopefully some dry running, allow some change in strategy, and hopefully some acceptable changes. I don't think that if the rain ends we wouldn't see any more rain, but we have seen rain for over 12 hours. And it has not stopped, so if it goes dry, we may see dry for the remaining 11. Time will tell. The GRL Motorsport Aston Martin coming back into the pit lane as the sun seems to be rising pretty quickly, and we are starting to see a lot more color out on track. No rise in track temperature yet as there's not that much sun out there. Still drizzle, misty conditions for now. The track is still wet, but not a transition into the damp conditions, and no transition into dry within sight yet either. If there's anyone who has been here since the very beginning of the stream and you're still here, not only would I like to thank you, just pop into chat and let me know that you've been here since the beginning. Sprightly, you may still be in here. You may have gone to sleep. But anyone in chat who is still here, who has been here from the start, or who has been here from the long time, or for a long time, just let me know if you're still hanging here with us. A stop and go penalty for track limits. I believe it may have been track limits. Hopefully not speeding in the pit lane. But a stop and go penalty regardless for the GRL Motorsport number 98 Aston Martin. Northern Lights McLaren 720S GT3 currently running P8. They are the only McLaren 720S GT3 in the session. I believe there were two that registered, but one of them was unable to finish the race, forced into an early retirement. And same with a lot of the BMWs. BMWs now tied with Porsche, Aston Martin, and Ferrari for the most populous brand. They are tied with Ferrari for the most populous brand in GT3. And in GT4, the most populous car is the Porsche Cayman GT4. Old Goats Porsche in the pit lane. They should be coming out shortly unless they are taking their brakes on this stop. Should be able to bring the car home from here on brakes. If they've lasted this long, you are over the hump. The number 787 Ferrari of Exclusive Esports still in the lead. Sadly, the sister car did have a retirement a short while ago. Lucas in the number 4 Mercedes. Solo effort, a little bit of damage on the front of that Mercedes, but still going strong as we can now see a little bit of that drizzle coming down as the sun has now started to come up out on track. And now the vibrant greens of the trees and grass here at the Green Hill, aptly named. starting to show. And the only team within a real shout of beating this 787 exclusive esports Ferrari is going to be this Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3. The exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari 296 comes into the pit lane from the lead, 85 laps into this race. And with this pit cycle, I would not be surprised if they come in and take breaks here, but I am going to go ahead and take my dinner break. I will still be controlling the cameras, but there will just be no commentary for a little while. Thank you all for tuning in, and feel free to chat. I will still be reading it. And thank you all to the drivers for making it this far. Hopefully we can see some change in weather conditions here shortly. And I am back here for another 11 hours of commentary, and it does seem to be that we're just going to be holding on to these damp conditions for now, or what should soon to be damp. We did get the GRL Motorsport number 99 back out on track. Alex MG and Nico Lausch in that Aston Martin. Very, very late in this race, but they have made it out on track. And they will at least be able to finish the race. They were the pole-sitting Aston Martin, able to eventually get into the session. Unfortunately, a little late. A lot later than they would have liked to have been, but regardless, they are in the session. Bazzy Binks now in the driver's seat of the 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296. And we seem to have lost one of the GT3 efforts. We still have the exclusive esports. Did we lose Lucas? We lost Lucas. A disconnection from Lucas. The solo Mercedes AMG effort. I'm sure we'll see him in the chat very shortly. But we have lost our solo GT3, the number 4 AMG Motorsport. And a rejoin from the AMG Motorsport Mercedes. We do get them back into the session. And a memory error causing that disconnection for the AMG Motorsport Mercedes. But Lucas back into the session, still in P4. Old Goats Porsche Cayman coming into the pit lane. Northern Lights number 71 McLaren coming into the pit lane. Hoping to see this AMG Motorsport Mercedes off the jacks soon, but they may be in a controls locked state as of right now with that disconnection. That will cause them to lose time, but still plenty of gap between them and the number 313 Euro Titans Endurance BMW. Still running in the top 4. And now coming out of the box, the Mercedes does resume their P4 out on track, albeit with a little bit more work to do. But do stay P4 on track for now. The Schwitzer Motorsport number 888888 Porsche Cayman GT4 coming into the pit lane. And we will be at 100 laps completed here in about 2 hours. Or should be just before 2 hours. Less than 11 hours left in this race. Well over the hump now, as we are just an hour away from single-digit hours left to go. Once again, would like to thank everyone who has been here for the entirety of the stream. If there is anyone who has been here for the entirety of the stream, thank you for sticking with me for the whole time. I know Lucas has been here for the entirety of the stream. In that Mercedes AMG pink BWT Mercedes AMG. I believe HRT Racing livery there. I want to say that Mauro Engel drove that BWT Mercedes, but I'm not 100% sure. Mauro Engel being one of my favorite GT drivers and my favorite Mercedes driver for sure. Fazzy Binks still in the driver's seat of the 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296. And with rain light but steady and rising track conditions, we may see the track get kicked over to the damp conditions rather than the wet conditions. It is only a matter of time until we get to that point. Still waiting to see if the track will develop either for better or for worse. Do we get continued rain? Do we get more heavy rain? Or do we see rain come to a stop? With light rain such as this, it's either going to get heavier or it will stop completely. It can't get much lighter than this and still be raining. And thinking back to the real life Nürburgring 24-hour endurance races here, it could be raining in Flonsgarten and Wipperman and Brunchen and Eschbach and Hoyacht and all of that part of the track, and then not be raining anywhere else. Or it could be raining on the GP circuit and not rain anywhere else. There's different sections of track that could be raining, and the rest of the track could be dry momentarily, or one part of the track is drier than the other, although we don't have that degree of simulation here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. We still have a little bit of simulation. We can at least simulate the conditions themselves. The super Swede Ferrari coming into the pit lane. The Pro Endurance Porsche Cayman in the pit lane. Looks to be some damage being repaired on that Porsche. And the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin still in the pit lane. The pole-sitting GRL Motorsport number 99 did make it back out on track, albeit it took quite a while, but they were able to get this Aston Martin back on track. And it will be a long run for them, mostly just running for merit rather than position. They are very many laps down. Only completed 4 laps out of the 87 laps completed. The exclusive esports Ferrari 296 GT3 of Fazzy Binks with the Ford Mustang GT3 of Schwitzer MSA next in line behind, albeit quite a ways back, but actually much closer than it was previously. It is actually now right around less than half a lap, the gap between Erish and Fazzy Binks right now. Number 98, AMG of GRL Motorsport around just before Hatzenbeck, and we'll have to get that not turned back around. I thought they may have been going the wrong way on track for a second, but able to get that car turned back around. And very slow, pulling over to the right hand side of the course, and maybe some issues with this Aston Martin. Unsure exactly what all that's about. Just taking it very slowly through Hatzenbeck. The sun is now fully up, and the track conditions have stayed a little stagnant. Still, the lightly damp conditions not looking to change for a while. And the track temperatures continues to rise, and that will allow the possibility of switching over to damp conditions. As actually the damp conditions just switch over now, and with not much puddle on a track, not much collected rainwater from heavy rain, we may start to see some very much overheating wet tires unless we start to see the rain forecast to pick up, and we will see a lot of the cars out there on those wet tires trying to find whatever moisture they can to cool those wet tires off as they overheat. Almost a little deep into Hatzenbeck from the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari 296. Euro Titans number 313 into the pit lane from P5. Well, we were damp for a second. We just got kicked back over to wet. We were only damp for about a minute and now kicked back over to full wet. Wonder if it depends on the section of track. The old Goats McLaren GT4 in the pit lane. Or rolling into the pit lane, it seems. Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3 into the pit lane. The 444 Ford Mustang with Erish at the wheel there. And still some drizzle. The drizzle seems to maybe be picking up a little bit. A return to the pit lane for Alex MG in the GRL Motorsport, that pole-sitting Aston Martin. And when do we see brakes? Is this the stop where we see brakes, or is it going to be another quick stop for the Mustang? Still in the pit lane, have been stopped on the pit lane for a little bit. Looking at about a 90-second stop to change brakes, and unless that Mustang rolls out of the pit lane very soon, it is likely going to be a brake change now, maybe looking for some ground to be made up on an undercut with that brake change. The brake change does need to be made done, or does need to be made, it does need to get done. And the exclusive esports Ferrari yet to change their brakes to my knowledge. Still in the pit lane for the Mustang, and as it looks like they are getting those brakes changed right now. Would have to come out of the pit lane right this second in order to not be changing brakes. Definitely looks like they will be changing brakes. Maybe 90 seconds on that stop. I don't quite think so, but a little bit longer stop maybe. It was enough time to change brakes, not 100% sure, and I have no way of knowing unless somebody lets me know. So we'll see who's in the car for that Mustang GT3. And the old Goats number 41 had an off at The Team Titans number 314 BMW looking to make it back into the session, as they have made it back into the session. They had some trouble with the car that they were looking to get fixed, and did get that fixed, or did end up getting that fixed. Sorry, it's getting a little bit late, and the brain stops to work a little bit. They do drop back out of the session, though. Maybe an issue joining for them. Lucas 5007. The AMG Motorsport Mercedes, all on their own, quite literally, racing their own race. They do have the number 23 Fatch GT Ferrari just ahead on track. Well, unfortunate to hear that, Alex MG. You guys, I mean, from the very beginning had a definite shot at the win, but the unfortunate errors just caused you guys to have to miss out. But thank you for at least making an effort to get back in and get a couple laps in. And I am sure that the rest of the grid appreciates your good graces. GT4 leader, NRW Performance, with Boa Migrun in the driver's seat, bringing that Camaro into the pit lane. MCR now into the driver's seat of that Ford Mustang. Fazzy Banks currently in the lead in that exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari. Probably expect them to come in for a stop shortly. And no stop yet from the exclusive esports number 787. As we will bring on has the firefighter. And to give us a little bit of late night entertainment. Little bit of a graphical glitch there. Sorry about that. Trying to get someone into the party. There he is. Hello, make sure your audio is included and we'll be good to go. Trying to see if I can hear you on the stream now. Well, that's unfortunate. I wish we could. I mean, I don't see why there's no reason to do that, but I guess it's just an Xbox thing. It would really suck if we won't be able to hear you on the stream. That ought to be fine. Anybody in the chat, if you can hear, then let us know. But as of right now, I don't think anybody can hear you. I turned up my stream audio to see, and I couldn't hear you on there. Euro Titans Endurance number 313 coming out of the pit lane, and the Fabi Schuld number 406 BMW going into the pit lane. I think it would be enough to work. I have definitely used an Xbox on a hotspot before, so it should be okay. Alright, sounds good. Fazzy Binks in the lead in GT3 and overall, as they have been for the entirety of this race. And as Kai or Popolski said earlier, the only ones who could beat the XCL 787 from what it looks like now is going to be themselves. It would have to be some culmination of mistakes from within and to, I think, take them out of the fight for the victory here in the 24-hour United E-Racing BMW coming into the pit box. MCR in the Mustang GT3, just riding on their lonesome up towards Fluke plots after their pit stop are a ways behind in terms of track position, but they are still running consistent pace consistently quick pace. And now we have kicked back over to damp conditions. Still no end of the rain in sight, as we are still looking at damp conditions with light showers to continue. We'll just have to see if maybe we get into that rain or not. But back to conditions not seen for about 12 hours. Damp conditions here. You are back. Are you on the Xbox? Okay, sounds good. Awesome. Sounds good. We'll have you back in here, and hopefully everybody should be able to hear you. Awesome. So a little technical difficulty, but we will get Haz on stream for a little story time. Less than 11 hours left in this race, 10 hours 28 minutes. That does give us a lot of laps left to complete. As Fazzy Binks, the leading Ferrari 296, just starting the 90th or 91st lap here. Coming into the Ravenel and eventually the Beilstein curves. And then the Ad Van Kink going up the hill. Towards the chicane. Just before the entrance onto the Nordschleife. Still no end to the rain in sight. as it is looking to be rain all the way through, over halfway through this race. And it has been rain since the very beginning. We will see how much longer this rain will last, and if it will just continue to go back to its original ways and increase in intensity, or maybe we will have it go away completely. But approaching the turning point to see exactly what we will have weather-wise moving forward. I cannot believe that with a high enough randomness counter on the weather to give us variable weather conditions, that we have had the same weather conditions for the past, well, essentially 14 hours. And now Fazzy Binks in the number 4, or Fazzy Binks in the 787 Ferrari 296, looking to go past the number 4 AMG Motorsport Mercedes. I believe this may be for the second time. It may very well be for the second time, not 100% sure. But if so, then the exclusive esports Ferrari will have passed all of the field except for the Schwitzer MSA Ford Mustang GT3. I can absolutely believe that that would have been exhausting. Doing my best to keep going, but it is going to get harder and harder. I have already noticed the tiredness start to kick in, but we will continue on. I'm not quite that tired yet. Again, not quite that tired yet. Yeah, I don't see how Lucas is still going. Damage on, or a little bit of damage on that Mercedes. But for the most part, just racing his own race and bringing it home out of the pit lane. The United E-Racing BMW. As we should start to see some of our European crowd start to wake up, as it is now early morning for them. They're having breakfast and coffee, and I, having eaten dinner within the past hour, And rain looking to lessen as we may look for dry conditions. Track currently damp and it shows rain diminishing. We may see dry track here in this race. It would be very surprising if we do finally get some dry racing. But it is not completely out of the picture, especially not with this lessening rain on the forecast. Lucas now comes into the pit lane and will come out of the pit lane. I have no idea how Lucas is able to keep this car together this long and run this sort of pace. I don't know if anyone will be able to stop this number 787 exclusive esports Ferrari. This thing has been absolutely on rails all night. Maybe a change in track conditions will maybe bring a change in race pace, change in position. Brims Beckenspritzer, Mercedes AMG from P2 in GT4. Now in the pit lane, GRL Motorsport number 98 still in the pit lane. A long stop for them. It's been a while as the Mercedes GT4 now rolling out of the pit lane. Well, T7, you just gotta pinch it off. Is there a little bit of damage at the front of that Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3? As now the cars have spread out. The Schwitzer Mustang still holding on to the lead lap currently. And we are about 12 minutes away from single-digit hours left to go. That would be less than 10 hours left in the race. And as we approach midnight here in the United States, it will be Sunday and the home stretch for me. As the number 787 exclusive esports Ferrari goes past the United E-Racing BMW. And there may be a touch of damage at the front of that Mustang, unless that hood gap is just that size. Wonder if there is damage there. It may not be. It may just be the regular hood gap of the Mustang. And Fazzy Binks brings the number 787 Ferrari 296 into the pit lane. And we'll see if this is a long stop. We are expecting brakes to be changed, but no long stop. Very quick in and out for the exclusive esports Ferrari. We'll likely see the Schwitzer Mustang GT3 coming in shortly for another stop. Actually, they may be on a little bit longer stint timer a little out of sequence with the exclusive esports Ferrari. So, not exactly sure when we will see that Mustang back into the pit lane. Lucas, if you're still with us, we are still here riding with you, still cheering you on. Can't see your headlights anymore because it is now daytime, but maybe just give us some flashers. I know you're listening, so we're still here with you. And a little slide at the Yokohama S. No big deal. Just bring that back on track. Clean those tires off and keep on pushing. I'll tell you guys now, I am very much looking forward to sleep. Many hours of rain, but we are looking like we may be getting away from the rain. I wonder if we do have people out on track on slicks. That would be a bit of a strategy call there. Slicks are technically the faster tire in damp conditions. You would essentially just be running a wet setup with slick tires. More contact with the road and things like that, instead of running like the max camber, max attack setups that people usually do in the dry. Still looking for rain to wean off towards the end of this session. On board with Lucas. Back on board with the number 787 Ferrari 296. We did see you guys with that disconnection with the United E-Racing team. Hope everything is still okay. There's plenty of time to get those positions back that you did lose with that disconnection. So, good evening and good night to those in the United States, as we are about to say good morning to a lot of our compatriots over in Europe. Some drivers getting up for their stints, their next round of stints. Early morning over there in Europe, as it is about to be very early morning here as we are about to eclipse midnight. Still Saturday here in Texas, Sunday over in Europe, where a lot of our drivers are from, as I try to keep my communication clear and do my best to continue speaking English until the end of this race. But with as long as it would take to get to the end of this race, we will see how well I do. Just misting out on track for now, as we are still in damp conditions. Not much spray, a little bit of spray here and there, some more in spots than others. But still watching and waiting to see how the forecast will look. See if maybe we are having some rain go away, or will we see more rain in the forecast and keep these wet tires on these cars. Currently a mixed bag of wets and slicks out there, if I had to guess. I don't know if maybe we can get some team representatives in the chat to let us know what kind of tires you're on, if you're on the slicks or the wets right now. Old Goats Aston Martin coming into the pits. And as the old goats come into the pit lane, the Mustang GT3 still just lapping on their own. They are closing a gap to the Ferrari 296 up ahead, and thank you for the subscription, as you did not have to do that, but I am very grateful for you in doing so. It does help definitely helps me pay for the overlays and things like that that I use, because I do use a paid service. Since I don't have a PC, I use a paid restreaming service where I can put all of my overlays and things on there. I still have to make them, but the overlays and things do they do cost money, and then the service costs money. I have to make the overlays then, so hopefully everybody is appreciative and sees the overlays and thinks that they're at least nice looking. Did get these put together for the qualifier, then some adjustments made between now and then. As this Mustang GT3 trying to close this gap to the number 787 exclusive esports Ferrari 296. Still just a commanding lead with that exclusive esports Ferrari. That old goat's Mercedes just coming out of the pit lane. Good morning. I was waiting for our first European to come in and say good morning. We are still here and still rolling. A couple more hours before we do have the second of the 3 stream breaks to go to part 3 of the 24 hours in hell powered by XCL and ATR. Are you with Brims Beckenspritzer, Sipify? Because if so, you are not P12, you are P3. If you are talking about the Brims Beckenspreitzer Mercedes AMG GT4. Well, awesome for you guys. The Mustang GT3 just working their way past. The old goats Aston Martin coming into the pit lane. And Red Fox in that Aston Martin is very early for them. I wonder if Red Fox has run as many stints into the night. Cozy Lerner back in the Ferrari 296, about to go past the Fatch GT Ferrari 296. And the 787 Ferrari 296 goes by. We can ding him if you can hold on just a moment. We are about to bring Haz on to talk about the firefighter charity and firefighting and things of the such. Just waiting for Haz to get ready. We had 34 total teams registered. I believe we had 32 in the session, now down to 19 teams in total. But funny enough, we have not lost a single GT4 team. All of the GT4 teams that we started with are still here in the session. And give me just a second. We will get Haz in the booth. Well, we technically did lose one from the very beginning. There were 10 GT4s, but for the most part, we have not lost a GT4 in quite a while. Welcome back in, Haz, and maybe you can check and see if you have that box checked for the include party audio. Yeah, you should be able to. You have your audio. You can check the box. We should be able to. Or ding him if you can verify for me if you can. You can't hear me anymore. I can hear you whenever you talk, but if you guys in the stream chat can verify, they can hear you. Yeah, they can hear you.
We're all good.
So, we are all good. Been a while. Very glad to have you here later in the session.
That's good. Good to be here. Good to be off work finally.
Yeah. How has the fighting all the fires been going?
It was good. We just got back from a bit of fire assignment down in Burns, Oregon. It's on the Falls Fire. It's pretty ill managed fire down there. We spent about 10 days just kind of kind of scoping the land around, trying to prep some roads, make sure they're good to go. We wouldn't get to work until about 12:30, and then within about 30 minutes, they're like, "Yeah, you gotta get out of here. Fire's coming." So there's a lot of get to work and boogie out of here. So it's nice that, well, it's not very nice, but we returned to our forest. It's kind of on fire, but it's not to be, in familiar ground and, put a smack down on home turf.
Yeah, so in terms of firefighting, are you guys just doing so much? I understand you say doing like prepping, getting the roads and things. Are you doing more so uh, prevention of spread is kind of like what you're doing, or?
Yeah. So there's a whole lot that we do. We do anything from road prep, which is pretty much it depends on the spec that they're looking for. For now, we'll say like they'll want a 20-foot spec. So we'll have one saw team, which will have the sawyer, and then a swamper that grabs all the stuff that the saw picks up. And they'll grab 10 feet, and the next guy will grab the other 10 feet. Just to get like a fuel break from the road to the other adjacent fuels. Then we'll have what we usually do is we dig line. So most of the fires that we fight around here are ground fires. So when we dig line, it's basically doing the same thing as road prep. But road prep is pretty much for like the bigger fires that are going on. They're actually spreading through saplings, lower branches. Line dig, like I said, it's basically the main thing that we do for those ground fuels. So we dig about probably 18 inches of line wide. It's probably about 6 inches deep, and we can go on for 12 hours digging 8 miles of line in a day. It's like I said, it's probably the number one thing that we do. We don't do it too often, but that is what we train for and do the most of. So today we actually got to do some line dig. Definitely not as long as what I've just described, but we had a little 4-acre fire that we wrapped and lined up today.
Very nice. And this the charity that we are supporting, I'm assuming that you know a little bit more about it than the average Joe. If you'd be able to just kind of tell us a little bit about the Wildland Firefighter Foundation.
Yeah. So the Wildland Firefighter Foundation is a foundation set up by wildland firefighters for wildland firefighters, mainly for the fallen firefighters that go out throughout the season, throughout the years, and it's there to pretty much support families and give them some sort of help, whether that be like financial, seeking out for therapy, counselors, just any sort of help that those communities would need. They would reach out and provide this stuff for you free. I would assume, I think it's pretty much free of charge, and it completely anonymous. So what I wanted to do for this race specifically was dedicate it to the mental health side, but we couldn't get the donation stuff to go straight just to that like department. So we just did the whole branch. But I'm a huge advocate for mental health. Have been for a long while, especially in this job. We worked long hours, for about 2-3 weeks at a time. We'll work 16 hours, digging line, cutting trees, running from fire, going back in there, fighting it again. And it takes a lot of stress on the body, not just on the body, but on the mind too. So it's nice to finally have a system to where we can go to and, talk about these issues that we're having, because for the last, I don't know, until the last 4 years, it's been so taboo where you couldn't talk about it. You can't, it's just something you have to deal with as part of the job, yada yada yada. And now these last 4 years, it's really opened up doors for people to really speak out about things that are going on. Not to get too dark or somber, but the rates of divorce and suicide is extremely high in the wildland firefighter community. And ever since the implementation of this sort of ordeal, it's dropped significantly, at least for the suicide aspect. The divorce rate still quite high. I think it's like 92%. Huh. We're gone all the time. We work from, let's say, around April, probably most of us until December. Um, you know, some of us are from Pennsylvania and they're working in Oregon for those 6-7 months. Some of us have people that live right here with us at station because they have some provided housing. This foundation is really helpful for people going through really rough times, and that's the main thing that they're trying to focus on, is trying to get us back into the general society of you can talk about things and you can be heard. So that's really what to support and really try and open the horizon, even if people just hear about the foundation, not even donating. I don't even, like, you just hear about it and you're already raising awareness, which means a lot to all of us, even if it's not said. So for all of you that are competing, listening in, watching, part of a team, I want to say thank you guys for showing up and supporting this. It means a lot, not only to me, but everyone a part of it, all of the people in the wildland firefighter community. There's hundreds of us, and we go through a lot over these months. So I'm just going to say again, it means a lot to us.
Thank you for that. I have been waiting to get you in here so that you could really let us know about the charity, because I have done my own little research with the foundation, but I just wanted to get you in because you would be able to let us know the absolute most. News developing with the solo GT3 driver Lucas. Big contact into the wall. It's likely going to be a entry into the pit lane for him very, very shortly. Big damage on the front of that Mercedes. Also damage on the front of the Mustang GT3 of the Schwitzer Motorsport MSA team. And just wanted to get those little updates out of the way. Thank you for sharing everything about the charity there, especially the mental health side. I do remember seeing something on the XCL website for the charity about that, but I did not exactly know if that was maybe a separate charity or something like that. But thank you for clearing that up there, and I know that we are not done raising money yet. We have raised a little bit so far. Hopefully we can get some more, and I'm also going to be making a personal contribution before the race is over, as I know a couple of our other broadcasters are also going to be making contributions as well.
Yeah, it's very, very generous of you guys to be donating. I know it's kind of a big ask for excuse me, for some people. I'm not asking you to give a lot or give any at all. Even just acknowledging this stuff is going on is enough for me. But if you do want to, go ahead, make sure you're in the notes or wherever it's saying, add a special thing. Just make sure you put in where, what you're competing in, and say just like 24-hour charity race. So that way, when I do get in contact with the people at the foundation,
Has we may have lost you. If you can hear me, just stop where you were at and we will get you back in shortly. Has had a little bit of a technical difficulty. Okay, we've got you back now. You were cut off at talking about getting in contact with the foundation about how much we've raised. Hold on, make sure that you it may have unchecked your include my audio, so make sure you recheck that. Some people saying they may not be able to hear you.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
See if they can hear you now. All right, we got you now.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll just say it again. This is the first virtual event that the Wildland Firefighter Foundation has ever had held for them. So, believe it or not, we're doing a first here, guys. This is big news.
Someone in chat asked where the firefighters are from.
So that's kind of like an open-ended question. We're from all over the place. Myself personally, I'm from California, and I'm working up in Diamond Lake, Oregon, or it's really basically Togety. It's kind of about an hour and a half away from Roseburg, Oregon. We have guys here from Iowa. We have a guy who's been here for 4 years. He's from Maine. We're really all over the place. And this place is kind of like just straight out in the Goonies. Surrounded by mountain ranges, ridges, just tons of forest. We're currently, like I said, on fire again. We haven't really had fire here since about 2022, and it was only a matter of time before it struck again, and it struck while we were out on assignment. Got pulled, and we're here fighting fire on home turf, and it was kicking our resources butts before we came here, and now the heavy hitters are back.
Well, I mean, always unfortunate to hear about fires, but you know they are a natural part of the process of life and fauna and things like that. They do have their positive benefits, you know, albeit they do cause some destruction. But something I was going to ask: do you guys go out of country to fight? Because I know that with the fires that we get in, you know, the Northern California, Oregon, and Washington, they do along the western coast. They do go all the way up into Canada.
Yeah. So for like out of country, you have to have a passport. So there's a lot of us that don't have passports. So if anything, we'd probably send about 4 or 5 guys, like a little short mod, and they'd go out to, say, Canada or, you know, maybe Australia, some crazy. But more realistically, we'd go out of state. We'll have about 19 to 21 people, and we can all just get in our fire rigs, and, you know, drive down to California or Michigan or like Colorado. Most recently, we went to Cougar, Washington by Mount St. Helens and fought on the Kalama fire. That was really fun. And then before that, we went to Yosemite, actually, which was wild. It was wild. We had to walk the entirety of the Mariposa Grove. Yeah, that was really cool. Not many people have been able to just go off the trail and, you know, stand under every single giant sequoia in there. So that one was really fun. Sitting up about 9,000 feet elevation is pretty crazy.
All right. 1 second. So, John, it seems to be that the old Goat's Porsche GT4 may have duplicated the car when they tried to rejoin. If they tried to get back into the car without the first driver out, I'm sure that you know much more about the team than I do, but I think that must have been the issue there, because it was an issue that I believe the Velocity Endurance team and the exclusive esports 788 Ferrari had. They had the duplication issue, and it did put them back in terms of the pace. And the GT4 leader coming into the pit lane, Lucas into the pit lane. Do see him in chat. The solo GT3 with that damage repaired on the car, still up in P4, which has, I'm not sure if you've been following Lucas very much, but bouncing in and out of the podium in GT3 and overall, and a solo driver that has been going for over 14 hours now. I mean, he doesn't know how long he will last, but he is currently listening into the stream, and I've told him that we are here with him. If he is continuing to bring this home, then we will be right here beside him. Schwitzer Motorsport and MSA Mustang GT3 into the pit lane now from P2 and GT3. Pro Endurance GT4 that came in GT4 into the pit lane from P5 and GT4. So let's talk a little bit of racing. Do we think it'll be dry at all in this race? The track conditions looking to be stable. We've actually had damp conditions for about 45 minutes now, and that is going to open the door for slicks to be used. There is a little bit of spray out there, but I can definitely see, at least with Cozy Learner here in the exclusive esports Ferrari, that they are pulling over into those wet spots down the Donninger Hood, and we'll be doing the same down the GP Strecke and through Kudelbacher Hood and over to Schwedenkreuz, trying to find all of the moisture that they can to cool these wet tires off that are definitely going to be overheating here in the damp conditions. We did see damp conditions about 12 hours ago. Actually, maybe a little bit longer than 12 hours ago, maybe more like 13 hours ago. And they were only for a short amount of time before the rain did pick up, but we are seeing a long stretch of damp conditions, so we'll just have to see how long they last. Watching the forecast, and we have had lessening rain as it looks to be going from a light shower to eventually a drizzle, but the rain has not stopped. And exclusive esports Cozy Learner and that 787 Ferrari going past the Schwitzer Motorsport 888 Porsche Cayman GT4. Does the 787 Ferrari win this race? I believe so. But the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang led all but about half an hour of the 2.4 hour qualifier. And all it takes is one big moment. And while the 787 Ferrari has had some moments, they have not had a big moment. As we will be looking towards maybe the Mustang closing that gap up. The Mustang has been running very consistent, very good pace, minimal mistakes, and the 787 Ferrari came out of the gate with those minimal mistakes, but around the 10-hour mark into the race, we did start to see some of those mistakes to come to light, and maybe we will see some more of those mistakes later on, either, you know, from the cars that are chasing or the cars that are being chased. I mean, it's, you know, it's not one way or the other. It's anyone can have those mistakes at any time. And I believe the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin has some issues. They have been in the pit lane for a very long time. And still going to be fishing for grip as the spray has very much gone down. We just see a couple little rooster tails from the tires. Crash Nugget wants some onboard. Crash, do you have a specific driver that you want to go onboard with? Saw maybe wanted to go on board with Mad Lad, the solo GT4.
Oh man.
And Crash wants to go on board with Mad Lad, so we can go on board with Mad Lad.
There you go. Again, I want to say thank you to everybody who's participated in any way during this event. The organizers for this, the XCL guys, for broadcasters, team, even just doing a special race, even participating in the charity side of things. It really does mean a lot. And shout out to RushFX. You've been doing this for nearly 16 hours, my man. That's absolutely wild. I don't know how you're still conscious. But it it does go a long way. And it's, you guys aren't going unnoticed. I appreciate you guys a lot, sevenfold, man.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm sure all the drivers appreciate hearing that as well. We are on board here with Mad Lad, the solo GT4 effort, which completing this race is something in and of itself, but completing it by yourself is another feat on its own. Through fluke plots, down a gear, just trying to carry as much speed as possible, especially with these damp conditions. But this Aston Martin definitely does sound pretty good. Coming into Schwedenkreuz, just trying to find whatever grip is possible. And hard braking into Arenberg, does slightly miss the curb on the inside, but keeps it all together. Then one of my favorite sections here, down into Foxhole, towards the compression where you come back up the hill in GT3 and GT4 car, it's kind of fun, but it's more so those momentum cars that this section is absolutely amazing in, and then a little bit too deep into Adnar Forest.
All right, Retrovex, I'm going to get out of here pretty soon. If anybody in chat has a few questions for me before I get out of here. It is getting kind of late over here as well. It's about 10:30, but we do wake up pretty early in the morning and have to get back active online quite early in the morning. So if there's any questions, either from chat or from you yourself, I'm happy to answer them while I still have a little bit of time before I hit the sack.
Well, let me ask the chat. Does anybody in chat have any questions for Haz before he gets out of here and gets some sleep? I'll let that marinate in chat for a second. I do have a question for you though. What's the plan for tomorrow?
Plan for tomorrow, it's it's kind of always up in the air. We don't usually know what we're doing until the day of. My guess is either we go back to where we were today and help completely get that fire 100% out, or we get sent to another fire on district. We have lightning forecast here in the next couple of days, so we could be running and gunning, trying to get these fires lined in at least like 10 feet of the edge, mopped up and secured, no more smoke on that 10-foot edge. So I would say we're probably going to go into a new incident for us and, help the resources that are there and probably just run and gun for the day and try and get those bigger fires wrapped up. We did have a 800-acre fire on our forest near one of the trailheads, but it kind of ran to a burn scar. And then we have another one that's about 400 acres right along the side of the highway, but it is on the far side of the highway. We can't really get to it. And it's also about to run into a burn scar. So there's not much we can do unless it crosses over the road, which it's trying to do. So don't really know exactly what we're going to do tomorrow. All I know is that we're going to show up at 7:30, get a briefing at 8, and then we're going to get sent to some sort of fire on on our district, and we're gonna do what we do best, put these suckers out.
Well, glad to hear it. I hope you stay safe as best you can tomorrow. And thank you for tuning into the stream. Thank you for educating us on the charity and what wildland firefighters do. And hope to keep in touch in the future.
Yeah, affirm. I'm gonna try and hop in the chat before we start work. I'm gonna try and wake up early in the morning and just kind of chat it up with people, see if they're in there. Also, before I get out here, I have made another dono. Put another $100. If anyone wants to do it, be my guest. I'm not asking you to donate, but if you do feel like doing so, make sure you put in where you are coming, or not where you're coming from, what event it's coming from, so that they can track it. You guys are helping out a lot, even though you wouldn't think it does. It does mean a lot to the community, the foundation, and the overall community of the wildland firefighters. Again, thank you for letting me come in here. Even though it was for only a little bit, I do appreciate it, and I do appreciate the work that you guys are doing for this race and getting it covered. It really means I've said that so many times, but I can't overstate that enough. I wish I was at home to help the broadcast, to be there to even race, but unfortunately duty calls, and I'm stuck out here in the forest with a tool in my hand, digging some dirt. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you for tuning in, And thank you for joining in with us. Have a good night, get some rest, and I guess get back out there.
Yeah, enjoy the next 9.5 hours, guys. I'll be back here in a few hours, and I'll say what's up. So again, thank you for having me. Try to keep in touch. But good luck, Retro. Hope you stay awake for for the remainder if you can. Try and get some more people in here. Boost that little consciousness up. And good luck to all the rest of the drivers. I'll keep in touch with you guys here in a bit. I'll probably post some updates in the ATR chat. And yeah, good luck on the last few minutes or hours of the race. And hopefully it gets a little bit of dry. And with that, I'm out here, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining in. The exclusive esports 787 Ferrari still in the lead. The Schwitzer Mustang is still in P2. The Pro Endurance Porsche did get a stop and go penalty, I believe, for speeding into pit lane, and that will be coming back in sometime within the next half hour. Good morning, Ninja. Your Super Swedes have survived the night, as it seems most everyone has survived the night. Maybe some teams did not, in terms of some disconnections. Ninja, I'm not sure exactly when you came or left, but the 787 exclusive esports Ferrari did have a couple issues. They have had a spin in the pit lane that caused contact with the wall, and they had a couple impacts with the wall since then, just pushing a little bit too hard, I believe. The Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3 did close the gap to the exclusive esports Ferrari 296, as very deep somehow keeps it out of the wall. The Pro Endurance team goes too deep onto the Nordschleife, but somehow keeps that car out of the wall. The Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3 did have the gap almost to, or it did have it to 42.5 seconds to the leading 787 exclusive esports team. The closest gap that we have had, and the Schwitzer Mustang GT3 is still on the lead lap behind the exclusive esports 787 Ferrari. And it seems that the Schwitzer Mustang may not be on that lead lap for too much longer. That 787 Ferrari is closing up that gap quick. But a couple disconnections, a couple teams able to get back in, though. As I will be right back. Need to take a quick pit stop. We'll go back on board with Cozy, and I'll be back in just a second. Yes, somehow Lucas is still in and is still in P4 in that Mercedes. "23-hour shift fighting fires" is insane. Cozy Lerner brings the Ferrari 296 into the pits, and the exclusive esports team has not been double stinting anyone, so it's probably going to be a driver swap here. As we are approaching about 9 hours left here in the 24 hours in hell. We are almost 2/3 of the way through. But the rain is still holding on. And Lucas, just so you know, everyone in the stream is still 100% cheering you on. Just bring it home. You have the pace. I won't tell you what car you have behind you, but you still have the pace and you still have the ability to bring this home, and you may walk yourself into a podium. Promise, whenever I go quiet, I have not fallen asleep. I am just pacing myself as nicely as possible. Some say that the stream is not working. If you guys in chat are able to verify that the stream is working, I think we are still working. Okay, I figured so. Oh, if anybody can tell me how the 24-hour the spa 24 hours going over there on iRacing, the top split, how it's kind of going. Is Max doing all right? Are they winning? Is Team Redline winning in the Spa 24 hour? Yes, we will do the final part 3 here in a little bit over an hour, where I will restart the stream, do a new stream titled part 3, so that we have equal parts YouTube streams on YouTube recordings on my YouTube channel, so that we will be able to get all of those, or have the permanent recording of the live streams for this 24-hour event. Welcome, Shadow Gaming. Glad to have you in. Extremely unfortunate with your Porsche and how everything went with time zone racing, but hope to have you here with us to finish this race. And I may have missed it whenever we had Has in, but the exclusive Esports 787 Ferrari did come into the pits and put Ringmaster in the car. They pulled Cozy Learner out and put Ringmaster back in the car. And it shows less rain, but more rain continuing. And yes, if anyone would like to donate to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, we just had Has on the stream telling us about the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, what exactly they do specifically for firefighter mental health and therapy and counseling for wildland firefighters and their families. If you would like to donate, please use the link that pops up into the chat every now and then. That will allow you to find the link to donate to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation with the Notes tab. And in that Notes tab, if you do make a donation, just make sure that you put 24-hour charity on there, and then you let either us in the stream know or one of the XCL or ATR admins, and they will get the information to the right person so we can kind of see how much we have raised and keep a rough tally. And eventually, Sealander will be able to get us a total tally at the end. And that is exactly right. Lap 100, this next lap. And it does show rain lessening, but does not show it ending anytime soon. I don't know how much rain, or how much less rain we can have than light rain, but it's going to be even lighter rain, as we are just 7 minutes left. We will hit 9 hours left to go, and 100 laps complete right near the end of this lap that Ringmaster is on. The old Goats Aston Martin in P4, a little bit of damage on the front of the car, but all on their own. They do have a sizable buffer to the number 40 AMG behind. And quite a ways to go to the number 888 Schwitzer Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4, but the race is not over yet. Plenty of spaces to be made, plenty of positions to be made, and plenty of racing left to be done. We are over the hill, over the halfway point, almost 2/3 of the way through with this race. And Dingham, we may have Red Fox back on the broadcast before it is over. Not exactly sure when he is going to be sleeping tonight, but had Red Fox on earlier and would likely have them on again shortly. Must be catastrophic issues for the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, as they have been sitting in the pit lane for quite some time now. And as we do see the rain looking to be weaning off at least a little bit, does not show no rain, as I know some drivers are hoping to at least see one lap of dry conditions. Would not be surprised if we do have a few cars out on track with slicks, though. Here in the damp conditions, slicks are not a bad tire to choose. And I would also like to once again thank everybody who has followed so far tonight or in the past week with all of the XCL ATR 24 hours in hell. We have gained over 100 followers in the past week. Hit 250 followers just this past Monday. And now we're over 300, about to hit the goal of 320. There's 3 followers left to go there, and I would like to ask if you are not currently following and you are tuned into the stream, if you wouldn't mind hitting that follow button. And if you wouldn't mind going to the channel information and seeing my link to my YouTube channel, if you would throw that a subscription as well. And Dingham, you did not have to subscribe, but I greatly appreciate you doing so. And if you would like to subscribe without it costing you anything, then it would be possible. If you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you can use your free Amazon Prime subscription that you get with Amazon Prime, or your free Twitch Prime subscription, that is. Doesn't cost you anything, and it does give me a little bit of money for doing the streams. But Dingham, thank you very much for subscribing to the channel, and thank you to Sealander for also subscribing. Definitely makes it a little bit more enjoyable and more fun for me, especially when I have a bunch of you guys in chat. Keep going. Thank you for following Zirconium. Very close to that 320 follower mark. And I mean, I think it would be a little tall order to hit 400 followers by the end of this stream, but it may not be completely out of the realm of possibility. Lucas now down to P4, coming into the pit lane side by side beside the Porsche Cayman GT4. Not really enough space to fit both of those cars there on track, but the AMG GT4, or the AMG GT3, along with the Porsche Cayman GT4. Dingham, I usually don't run any ads during the races, but I do run pre-roll just so when people join in, they get the one ad, and then it's over for them from there. You shouldn't be getting any mid-roll. At least if you are, it's not any mid-roll that I am controlling. But hopefully no ads. I try not to run any ads because viewer retention is the better metric in my eyes. Oh, you guys definitely have currently running P4. Almost losing the car into Hawkeiken. I mean, you can do that, so I can choose whether or not you guys get pre-roll ads. So if I run pre-roll ads, then it'll just run an ad at the very beginning, and then that's it. You don't get any more. Then there's some ads you can run where it will give it to you every hour or something like that, but it also disables the pre-roll if you run ads. So if you run the ad, then people don't get the ad anymore whenever they join midstream. And then there's also some things like where if someone is just joining us, we actually just a little bit ago we did hit the 100 lap mark, and Exclusive Esports number 787, the first car to complete 100 laps here. 100 laps at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I don't know what causes that because I don't do that. Like the whole, I have had a couple people talk about the whole, like, you know, partial screen ads. I don't know how that is, how that's done, because I don't do that, or at least I don't know the option to do that. Sometimes in races where there's definite breaks between qualifying and the races, I may run an ad break there and then go to the bathroom or something like that before the race actually starts. But Ringmaster brings the Ferrari 296 of the exclusive esports team across for the 100th lap of the race. The Schwitzer Mustang will complete their 100th lap shortly as well. Oh, Lucas with a drive-through penalty. I wonder if maybe that came from track limits that drive through, or if it was a speeding penalty, but I believe it may have just been a drive-through penalty for track limits. And with a little bit left to go, very nice, you guys. I have heard of the, I guess, extended SBR endurance racing. That was still the I think the favorite series that I ran in, that 2-hour series that we ran in. Multiple drivers currently racing in this 24-hour. Niles and Bobalicious actually both in the cars now. And Dingham in the stream chat, we all four ran the SBR 2-hour endurance Saturday night racing series, and that was a very fun series in my eyes. I had a lot of fun racing that. Mad Lad seems to be still doing okay. Just driving all on their own. Mad Lad still holding it together. Lucas still holding it together. At 1 a.m. for me, meaning that we will be done, or I will be done at 9:53 a.m. as we are inside 9 hours left to go to the end of this 24-hour Nordschleife. The 24 hours in hell powered by Aztec Racing and Xbox Community League. If you're interested in joining either of those Discord communities, if you are not already, you can do so with the links posted in the stream chat. Yeah, I was getting very tired there for a moment, but bringing Haz on for a little bit, bringing Sealander on did definitely help me wake up a little bit. No need to crack into the energy drinks just yet. Still sticking with the water. Cannot lie though, I would really love to go to sleep. And as the weather forecast is continuing on, it still shows rain getting less and less. I don't know how much less you can have than light rain. Unless it's just going to be a mist or a drizzle. That's why I have not touched the Red Bull yet. I do not want to entrap myself in being in a worse position than I currently am in. I'm sure you did have a nice sleep, Ninja. I'm jealous. The Fatch GT Ferrari 2916, when I had the Fatch GT team in with me earlier, they had let me know that they were looking for a podium today, and they are back onto that podium now with a pretty large gap to the 313 BMW, the next car behind. I just had my morning coffee, and other than that, it's just been water. I did drink a little bit of Dr. Pepper just now, something with some caffeine in it so that I would be able to stay awake, a little sugar and caffeine. Northern Lights comes into the pits. AMG Motorsport comes in not to serve the drive-through, but to do a little bit of maintenance, serving the drive-through later on. I believe it was a track limit drive-through, not a speeding limit drive-through. Not a pit lane speeding drive-through. Super Swedes still running strong. What happened, Lucas? Just a little too much right now, or Are you, do you have, you have some damage or something? I mean, back out on track. Obviously, it's not too bad. There has definitely been some landscaping done with the cars out on track for sure. Good morning, Skino. Glad to have you back in. Do notice that we are having a lot of our European crowd starting to wake up and file into the stream. And we're just one follower away from that goal of 320 before it sets up a new goal for me. I would absolutely love to see 350 followers, and actually just a couple more followers there as we have now hit that goal. And very awesome. That is another follower goal met, and I mean, it's not outside of the realm of possibility to hit 350 by the end of the stream. And thank you for the subscription there. You didn't have to do all that. Couple people subscribing to the stream. If you would like to subscribe, I mean, I would appreciate it, but I would much rather you spend your money and donate it to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation that we are raising money for with this 24-hour race. If you do see the WWF links in the stream chat, I would prefer it if you went to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation, WFF, sorry, not WWF, WFF. Go to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation page that is linked in the stream links that are popping up in chat. And just go there if you would like to make a donation. I could... Oh, it was a Prime sub. Okay. It was a Prime sub. I didn't see that it was a Prime sub. Well, thank you very much. I was going to be making a personal donation to the charity myself, but what I have been given through the subscriptions is not as much as I would be personally donating to the foundation. Actually, let me go ahead and make my donation now before I forget. I've had some times where I've come close, and other times where I have not. Yeah, I have been in the booth for a long time. and I have just made my contribution to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. If you guys would like to follow me in doing the same, I would greatly appreciate it. Euro Titans Endurance number 313 into the pit lane. The NRW Performance Camaro in the pit lane. And Ringmaster still in the lead. Just doing my best to continue on. I have made my personal donation to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. The link has just been posted in the stream chat. If you would like to make a donation and follow my footsteps and the footsteps of many others who have made their donations, I would greatly appreciate it if you would follow and contribute. Corp to John, I did make a $15 donation to the charity. If you want to add me to the total tally, I don't know exactly what we're at in terms of funds raised. I am continuing on so far, doing my best. We have gained a lot of followers, a few subscribers, and just overall, this is as much a help for, you know, awareness of the charity, and as much as a help for me, and, you know, granting exposure for me. This is something that I have personally wanted to do for quite a long time, a 24-hour race. Not necessarily the entire 24 hours, but here we are, and, you know, we continue on. Just the way that we continue. Lucas, are you on Slicks? You're on the Dottinger, aren't you? Yes, you are. You're typing in, Lucas, typing in chat down the Dottinger. You need to be driving, not typing in chat. Is that why you're is that why you got the drive-through penalty that you're about to serve here? Because you've been typing in chat as you're supposed to be driving? That was a bug. The drive-through penalty's a bug? Oh, you guys were able to get back up into the proper position. albeit down a few laps. But I believe that is where you were running back into P5. You did get out of the duplicate car. Very glad to hear that. I don't think all of the disconnects happened at the same time. And looking at the forecast, it shows less and less rain. You know, it's supposed to be raining less as the server continues to go on, as the weather forecast continues to go on. But it is not giving us any prospect of a dry track yet, still just showing damp conditions. And this track is definitely warming up, as it seems to be the rain is getting less and less. We may get back towards a potentially dry track. And let me know in chat, guys, will we ever see a dry track? Because looking at the forecast, it shows that we will be having rain becoming less, and then rain becoming even more less. But how much more less can you get than less rain? I mean, there's only so little rain that you can have to even consider it rain. We're still damp. But we will just have to see. I understand it was the same as 13 hours ago, or 14 hours ago, however long ago it was. But rain gets less and less. Maybe eventually we will see the kick over to dry. We just need the rain to stop for a little bit. The track temperatures are increasing and the sun will come out a little bit. And we may find ourselves in dry track shortly. The Fabius Schuld BMW from P4 coming into the pit lane were able to get past the 313 Euro Titans Endurance, but I think this will be a trade of positions as long as the 313 Titans Endurance BMW can get back past before they get to the start-finish line. The only thing that I am watching is the forecast. Schwitzer comes in with the Mustang as well. I believe the number 314 BMW had a issue with the disconnection and ended up retiring the car. That was the Team Titans number 314. They did end up retiring the car. Fabius Schild BMW coming out of the pit lane now. And the Euro Titans Endurance BMW was able to just sneak past before the Fabius Schild BMW was able to get out of the pit lane. The Schwitzer Mustang should be coming out of the pit lane any moment now. And off the jacks there they go, coming out of the pit lane. Rejoining the track in P2 with the 787 Ferrari 296 just behind. And as we get closer to the end of the race, there are some teams that I believe will just join in for the last few laps to bring the car across the line at the end of the 24 hours in order to get their finish in, cross the line with enough time done to consider it a finish of the 24-hour. But of the GT3 cars that are still in the session, it has been very strong runnings for them. The Northern Lights, McLaren, not having any issues for quite some time. They have just been running their own race. Currently in P7 in GT3, and I believe it has been a while since we've seen any issues for the Super Swede Ferrari. And I believe that is music to Ninja's ears. Ninja, the team manager for both of the Super Swede Ferrari racing teams. The number 2 Super Swede did have an issue where they had to retire from the race, which leaves only one. And in the lead in GT4, still the NRW Performance 777 Camaro GT4R with Tommy at the wheel. Fats GT esports teams come into the pit lane now with Menser Croder at the wheel. Will likely be a driver swap here. Could be the double stack though, or the double stint. And in about 30 minutes, we will have the third and final, or I guess the second and final server reset, as we will get started with part 3. So you should not have to go anywhere, should just be able to stay in the stream chat. And we will get that kicked over to part 3. It will be the last part of the stream, and it's just 30 minutes left to go before we will have 16 hours of footage in the books. 16 out of 24, that would be 2/3 of the race complete. We were about 2/3 of the way there. I will admit this has not been my most exciting commentary that I've ever done, but it's me taking a 2.4 hour qualifier, say a 2.4 hour race, that's absolutely gripping the entire time, and then stretching that race out 10 times its length. You do have some gaps that are going to be a little quieter than others. We did have some energy at the very beginning of the stream. Yes, I am, I think you meant I have no need to apologize, but I will apologize if needed. I am sorry that I have not kept it as absolutely lively as possible. And a little bit of an off from the Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3. Doesn't seem to be too much damage on that car. Oh yeah, it definitely will get a little bit quieter, and I have needed to drink some water, but as we go longer and longer, I mean, to be honest, I have done pretty consistent commentary for the past 16 hours. You would expect the voice to be only able to, expect so much. I definitely hear kind of in my own voice a little bit of a weakness, and say in the vocal cords, like I'm going a little bit hoarse, which, I may very well have no voice left at the end of this stream. Big slide from the Mustang GT3 into Vipperman. Well, thank you, Mad Lad. Silth was unable to join. I believe Silth did have the Series S issue. So when we had Kai in earlier, Kai was saying that it is just from a 4-man effort to a 3-man effort between Erish, Kai, and MCR. Mad Lad is 100% killing it, making it past the Old Goats McLaren. Was running at the back of the pack in GT4, but now no longer at the back of the pack. Everyone is still running this late into the race. I know that Lucas has a lot of fatigue. Has been driving for the past 16 hours. So has Mad Lad. But Lucas still just trying to push. Lucas, I know you're on stream. Give us little flashers. There you go. Lucas is listening. Lucas is reading the chat. And Lucas will probably be typing as he heads down the Dottinger Hoa. But Lucas is there, and remember, if you would like Lucas to continue on and bring this home to the end, just stay in the stream, stay encouraging him. He has been pushing on and on and on. Was not expecting a solo effort here today, but has been put into the position of needing to do the solo effort and has been absolutely killing it so far. Currently running P6 in GT3. Lucas is definitely going to be the driver of the day, but only if Lucas finishes. Lucas has said many times, I will be unable to finish this race. I don't think I'll be able to finish this race. I don't think I'll be able to do this. I don't think I'll be able to do that. But look at what Lucas has not done. Lucas has not stopped. Lucas has continued on further and further, and with almost 2/3 of this race complete, we'll have just a little bit longer to go. You've already come this far. There's no point in stopping. So we'll see if Lucas is able to bring it home. Some more flashers from Lucas. And Lucas, make sure that whenever we do kick over to part 3 that you get over to part 3 so we can continue to get you motivated over there on part 3. And here in about 20 minutes time, we will take our second and final stream break to start part 3. Welcome in, welcome in. I believe we may be getting some more of our European viewers joining back into the session. And Mad Lad with a massive showing of support still out there running on their own, but Mad Lad is not the only solo outfit out there. The P6 running Mercedes AMG Motorsport BWT livery there of Lucas. Lucas is also running the solo effort. That's exactly what this is for, and if it is an easier avenue for them to tune in, you can have them tune into the same stream going on YouTube. It is the same exact stream on both here and YouTube, if you would like to share that stream with them. Granted, there is not as much chat, but it is definitely easier for them to tune in on the YouTube side. And still here in about 20 minutes, we will get kicked over for part 3. Shouldn't have to go anywhere, but if you do, you will get the notification for the stream restarting. And thank you, Cam Lamb, for the follow there. Brims Backenspreitzer, Mercedes AMG GT4 coming into the pit lane from P2. I believe that was, actually that was not, that was the Old Goats AMG GT4 going by. And into the pits for Brims Backenspreitzer with Hansen at the wheel. Ringmaster still in the lead, trying to chase down and lap that Schwitzer Mustang, but I don't know if Erich will allow that to happen. Erich currently running just ahead of the Ferrari here of Exclusive Esports. As the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin is still in the pit lane. I don't know exactly what they're waiting for, but they are, or they have been sitting in the pit lane for quite a while. But just a little bit further ahead, a couple corners ahead, the Schwitzer MSA Mustang GT3 now headed towards Flonsgarten as the 787 Exclusive Esports Ferrari is coming out of Brinchen now. And while that 444 Mustang did have a little bit of traffic to get through, they should be in some clean air for a while. The Schwitzer Ford Mustang headed into Tiergarten now with the Exclusive Esports Ferrari just coming down the Dottinger Höhe. I have not kept track of all of the disconnected teams, but I may be able to get get the majority of them by memory. We have lost the Velocity Endurance Porsche and the Velocity Endurance BMW. We lost the VRC Competizione BMW. We lost the Throttle Junkies BMW. We lost the number 314 Team Titans BMW. There was a McLaren 720S, a separate McLaren. That was the, as Ringmaster brings the XCL Esports Ferrari 296 into the pit lane. And Tesaurus, thank you for doing that. You don't have to subscribe, but I greatly appreciate it if you do. The Giaco Speed McLaren 720S GT3 has retired. The DITF Solo McLaren 720S GT3 has retired. The Aztec Racing BMW has retired. The GHR K1 Esports BMW has retired. I believe that was in a DNS for them, did not start. The Orion Racing Ferrari 296 GT3 has retired. The Super Swede Racing number 2 Ferrari has retired. And the Exclusive Esports number 788 Ferrari has retired. In GT4, the only GT4 that we are missing is the Pixel Motorsport. the Pixel Motorsport GT4, which I believe that may have just been a dissolved effort before the race started. And what looked to be rain going away has just continued into more rain, as light rain will just continue into more light rain. And Skino, as long as you're on Xbox, yeah, if you want to hop in the booth, we can get you in the booth. Just send me a DM on Discord with your Xbox tag, and we will get you. We'll get you in the booth. Actually, tell you what. Let's wait for the stream restart, and then let's get you in the booth. But just go ahead and send me the DM on Discord. Yep, Skina, we'll get you in once we kick over to part 3. The United E-Racing BMW coming into the pit lane now with Louis at the wheel. And eventually bringing this BMW to a stop. Tesaurus, who's next in the car? Louis comes in. Who do we have next? Louis double stint, perhaps. Okay. Well, here in about 10 minutes, we will start the part 3 of the stream. And out of the pit lane for the United E-Racing number 91. We'll see if Louis stayed in the car or not. Mad Lad still running all on their lonesome. But we may have a battle for position here. Actually, I say a battle for position. It seems to be... Actually, I think Mad Lad is just on a different lap. It may not be a battle between the two there. But this is a battle for position in GT4. The Old Goats Porsche with Niles at the helm battling against the Pro Endurance team. Porsche came in GT4 of Mickey Ziolo. As I think this may be a battle for position, may not be. But two GT4s seem to be within raceable pace of each other on track. It's the first time that we've had a race for position. Mad Lad coming into the pit lane. And Memo Time just subscribed a little bit ago, currently in the Brims-Backenspreitzer Racing Mercedes. And contact between the two Porsche Caymans, but they both managed to keep it on track, and I think there may have been a disagreement there. But the old goats Porsche finds himself ahead of the Pro Endurance team Porsche on track, but I'm not 100% sure if they're racing for position there. But regardless, the old goats Porsche looking to find their way past eventually do get past. Lucas still riding all on their own. Hope you're still doing all right over there, Lucas. And I hate to say it, but we will not be looking at dry track anytime soon. Rain increasing in the next half hour, and we will go from damp likely back to wet conditions here very shortly. So it would be very funny if it is a wet 24-hour from beginning to end. But we did see in the 2.4-hour qualifier that we had rain all the way through the session until the very end, where at the checkered flag the sun finally did poke through and start to dry the track. Here in about 6.5 minutes, we will reset the stream for part 3. And that will be the final section of the stream until the very end. But rain looking to increase here in the next half hour. While we have had rain the entire time, it has been manageable rain. No flooded track, but that does not mean that we will not see flooded track by the time we finish this race. Flooded track has shown up quite a bit in the practice sessions. And we may see flooded track here in a short while. Cozy Learner back in the driver's seat of the exclusive esports number 787 Ferrari 296 GT3. And that Ferrari 296, definitely a force to be reckoned with, as they have been all over the entire grid, all except for the Schwitzer Mustang. They have lapped every other bit of traffic on track except for that Schwitzer Mustang. They've come close but have not been able to get the lapping done, have either had to pit or have just not necessarily been able to get the pace to pass before the pit stops. Yes, Cozy is an alien. Lucas is a monster. Red Fox is a devil in the booth. Mad Lad is just an absolute mad lad. And Arish is essentially running this event and racing in it. Lucas in the AMG Motorsport Mercedes coming into the pit lane. Maybe we get a little bit more insight into the Lucas garage, sorry. See if Lucas joins the pit or joins the chat here shortly. Slick's 20 seconds slower than Wets, he says. But are the Wets able to survive on track right now? I think that's the gamble in terms of pace. Yes, they may be the slower tire, but they are going to last much longer than Wets. I think, as we talked about earlier, Lucas is just advertising themselves as being an ultimate endurance racing driver. Don't currently have any teammates, but they will definitely have some teammates by the end of this race. Some people that are willing to bring Lucas on for their endurance racing effort for sure. And now rain picking up slightly. Cozy Learner still in the lead as they have put the weapon back out on track. Cozy Learner, an absolute alien in this Ferrari GT3 car. Niles with the old Goats Porsche coming into the pit lane. And the Pro Endurance Porsche coming into the pit lane just behind. And that actually was a battle on track. The old Goats Porsche now ahead of the Pro Endurance Team Porsche Cayman. Cozy Learner and the exclusive esports Ferrari just pulling away from the rest of the field and any traffic that they were around. And a battle for position here between the number 71 Northern Lights McLaren 720S GT3, and the Super Swede Ferrari 296 GT3, but the Super Swede Ferrari does seem to have gotten past the number 71 Northern Lights McLaren. And I have slightly missed my time, but we will take our stream break here and be back very shortly for part 3 of the 24 Hours in Hell, powered by Xbox Community League and Aztec Racing.